International Conference of Health Research, hosted by Rahman Medical Institute. Building upon the success of our previous two editions, ICHR has rapidly evolved into a prestigious platform for advancing global dialogue in health research, clinical innovation, and medical education.
This year, ICHR-25 promises to be our most dynamic and impactful gathering yet, with the theme centered around From Discovery to Impact, Strategies for Effective Implementation in Health Research. This conference brings together a distinguished lineup of international speakers, renowned academicians, researchers, and healthcare professionals from across the globe. Their diverse insights and expertise will enrich our understanding and contemporary health challenges and the innovations shaping the future of medicine.
This event offers a great opportunity to present healthcare-related research, fostering collaboration and networking among participants. We warmly welcome you all to this momentous occasion and look forward to a day full of insightful discussions and meaningful learning.
To formally begin the event, we would like to start with the recitation of the Holy Quran. For this, I would like to request Dr. Hafiz Abdul Ghafoor, a distinguished scholar and esteemed educator. He serves as a professor in the Department of Islamiyat at Rahman Medical Institute and is also a member of Ruwayat Lal Committee.
With profound knowledge of Islamic studies, Professor Dr. Ghafoor has dedicated his career to enlightening students and contributing to academic excellence. Professor Dr. Ghafoor, if you could please join us on stage.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا أيها الذين آمنوا إن جاءكم فاسق بنبأ فتبينوا أن تصيبوا قوما بجهالة فتصبحوا على ما فعلتم نادمين فتصبحوا على ما فعلتم نادمين صدق الله العظيم. शुरू अल्लाह के नाम से जो बड़ा मेहरबान निहायत रहम करने वाला है। सूरह हुजरात में अल्लाह फरमाते हैं, ए ईमान वालो, अगर कोई गुनाहगार तुम्हारे पास कोई ख़बर लेके आए तो उसकी खूब तहक़ीक़ कर लिया करो। ऐसा न हो कि तुम कुछ ऐसा अमल कर बैठो जिसके करने से बाद में पेशेमान हो। अल्लाह पाक हमें अमल की तौफ़ीक़ अता फ़रमाए, आमीन।
Jazakallah. Before we proceed further, I kindly request everyone to please rise for the national anthem.
Shah
It is both an honor and a privilege to introduce a distinguished academician, a transformative leader in dental education, and an advocate of health research in Pakistan. Professor Dr. Ghulam Rasul, patron of ICHR-25 and the current principal of Rahman College of Dentistry.
With over 35 years of experience in clinical practice, teaching, and academic leadership, Dr. Ghulam Rasul has consistently been at the forefront of innovation in dental and health sciences education. A fellow of College of Physicians and Surgeons Pakistan and a qualified medical educationist with an MHBA degree, he has not only led academic institutions like prestigious Khyber College of Dentistry as principal and dean, but has also significantly shaped national policies on dental education and postgraduate training.
A pioneer in the development of dental education at Rahman Medical Institute since 2002, Dr. Ghulam Rasul has played an instrumental role in the foundation of academic evolution of Rahman College of Dentistry. His efforts were crucial in the initial recognition of RCD and its alignment with national and international standards.
His scholarly contributions are prolific, with more than 70 peer-reviewed research publications to his credit. He has served as the editor of the Journal of Khyber College of Dentistry and is currently the founding chief editor of Journal of Rahman College of Dentistry. His editorial leadership has provided a platform for emerging research and has elevated the standard of academic publishing in dental sciences.
Dr. Ghulam Rasul is also the architect of the current FCPS Part 1 curriculum in orthodontics and remains the sole supervisor of family dentistry training in Pakistan. His vision extends to health education reform at the national level as a member of the academic board of PMDC and the lead of its BDS reform committee. He is actively working to restructure dental education to meet global benchmarks.
He has successfully mentored over 70 postgraduate trainees in orthodontics and 35 in family dentistry. And he has organized numerous national and international research conferences, including 2 international conferences on health research under the RMI banner. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming a visionary academician and a relentless advocate of research-led dental education, Professor Dr. Ghulam Rasul, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Dr. Khalid Masood Gondal, the Vice Chancellor Fatima Jana Medical University, and President College of Physicians and Surgeons Pakistan. Guest of honor, Professor Dr. Ziaulak, Sitara Imtiaz, and Vice Chancellor Khyber Medical University. Respected speakers, distinguished researchers, guests, faculty, and my very, very dear student, Assalamu alaikum. It is an honor and privilege for me to welcome you all to the 3rd International Conference on Health Research, ICHR-25. On behalf of Rahman College of Dentistry and the organizing committee, I extend my warm greeting to all participants, both national and international, who have come together with the shared purpose of exploring new frontiers in the healthcare and research. This conference has already begun to establish itself as a vital platform for academic dialogues, collaborative inquiries, professional growth. The fact that we are here today, the researcher, the practitioner, educators, and students, is a testament to our collective commitment to improving health outcomes, advancing medicine, medical practice, building stronger evidence-driven system for the future. From the very beginning, my vision for ICHR was simple: to bring together minds that care not only about the science, but about the people it serves. Our goal is not only to share research, but to foster innovation, challenge outdated perspective, and build bridges between the institution, discipline, and borders. As principal of Rahman College of Dentistry and patron of this conference, I always believe that education and research go hand in hand, and that we must create an environment where both can thrive. Over the year, I worked along my team to strengthen the academic fabric of our institution, raise the research standards, and create opportunity for meaningful collaboration both nationally and internationally. ICHR is one such initiative, a platform designed to elevate our voice in the global health conversation and offer our students and faculty a chance to engage with the very best in the field. I want to say to our student and young researcher that you are the nucleus and gravity point of this conference. Your curiosity, energy, and dedication will define the future of healthcare. Ask bold questions, listen carefully, collaborate generously, and stay true to the ethical spirit of science. The work you begin today may well become the discoveries that change the lives tomorrow. I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to our keynote speakers, both national and international delegates, session chairs, reviewers, and all members of the organizing team. Your contribution, your presence, and your effort are what make this event not possible but impactful. As we officially inaugurate the third International Conference on Health Research, I hope this becomes more than a gathering of presentation. I hope it becomes a catalyst for new partnerships, deeper understanding, and real-world solutions. I'm really thankful to the chief guest, who is always a message away. Whenever I just text a message, he called back to me. And on very short notice, he has to change his schedule. And yesterday, he was struggling in his office to get time and reach to Peshawar. And the late night, he has arrived. And in the early morning, he is with us. I will say that we have the same ambitions and wishes for Professor Dr. Masood Gondal. RMI management is always, they have a long-standing desire to have you, sir, on the RMI campus. And this is a great opportunity that today we have a personality like you on the campus. Sir, you have contributed a lot to the profession. You have established the institution, which we are proud. And we, the majority in this hall, are the fellow of College of Physicians and enjoying the status. This is because of your efforts that we are here. At the end, thank all for being here. May this conference be enlightening, productive, and inspiring for each one of us. Amen. Thank you.
Dr. Nasir Ahmed is a distinguished physician scientist and a leader in clinical and translational research. He's earned his PhD and the prestigious European doctorate from the University of Verona, Italy, where he was recognized as the best graduate. In 2024, he received the Best Researcher Award for his outstanding contributions to medical science. With over 70 publications and an impact factor exceeding 100, he has authored 2 books published by Elsevier and Springer Nature. His research collaborations span over Italy, Spain, the US, and the UK, and various institutions in Pakistan, where he is supervising master's and PhD scholars.
A pioneer in clinical research and capacity building in Pakistan, he has played a vital role in advancing the country's research landscape. As head of Clinical Trials Unit at RMI, he expanded its reach, attracted major trials, and enhanced its global visibility. To further clinical research training, he founded the Clinical Trials Management course, the first of its kind in the region, and established the Certificate in Health Research program to equip professionals with essential research skills.
Now leading the 3rd edition of the ICHR, he continues to drive scientific collaboration and innovation. He has also served as chairman of the Scientific Council at the Pakistan Cardiac Society and currently holds positions as a visiting professor at the University of Verona and director of research at Rahman College of Dentistry. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I invite Dr. Nasir Ahmed to the stage, a distinguished leader whose unwavering commitment to research, education, and innovation continues to inspire and elevate the scientific community.
Thank you so much. Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Khalid Nasir Gondal Sahab, esteemed colleagues, faculty, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and very good morning. It is both honor and privilege to welcome you to the International Conference on Health Research 2025, hosted by Rahman Medical Institute. As the founding chairman of this conference, I am thrilled to see so many brilliant minds gathered today here. This conference represents a unique opportunity for us to come together to share groundbreaking ideas, the shape of the future health research locally and globally. I would like to extend my deep gratitude to our advisory board, our panelists, our speakers, national and international guests who have traveled so long to be with us from Italy, from Russia, from Canada, from UK and South Africa. I would also like to thank our organizing committee whose tireless efforts made this conference possible. I would also like to take a moment to recognize the presence of many young researchers and students whose passion and curiosity is the driving force for healthcare innovations. Over the past 2 years, this conference has evolved into a vital platform for advancing health research. At ICHR-23, 2 years back, our theme was focused on the emerging research landscape, a global trend, where we were trying to identify the trends of how to move further for the research wings. Then ICHR-24, we were in the global health transition through research. Continuing previous 2 editions of the ICHR, this year we moved to the next level to translating the research. This year we are focused from discovery to impact, strategies for effective implementation in health research. So to achieve this, collaboration is the key. The beauty of this conference is we bring all the disciplines and professions related to healthcare, medical, dental, nursing, physiotherapy, allied health sciences, biotechnologists, and policymakers at a single platform. Thank you so once again for being here. I wish you all a productive, engaging, and truly impactful conference experience. Thank you.
As we embark on this transformative journey, it is my honor to welcome Mr. Shafiqur Rahman, the esteemed CEO of Rahman Medical Institute. His dedication to advancing medical science is exemplified by initiatives like ICHR-25, which aims to transform healthcare delivery and research in Pakistan. Please put your hands together for Mr. Shafiqur Rahman.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, and a very good morning to all of you. Miracles sometimes happen not by chance, but by choice. And when the intention is pure, when the faith is unshakable, and the efforts are relentless, the impossible bends. When you surround yourself with believers, not in you, but in the mission, it is then that dreams take shape, not just in brick and mortar, but in movement. Standing here today in this beautiful auditorium, I'm reminded of one truth that we've lived by in RMI. Impossible is nothing. We brought in the best architects to develop this campus. I remember one of them was famously called the Babai structure because he was so good at developing structures. But the real foundation of this building is not made with steel. It is made with conviction. It was belief, raw, relentless, uncompromising belief. It is a promise that we have kept, a dream that we've made visible, alhamdulillah. I'd like to pay a tribute to our founder chairman, and we are blessed to have his presence right here with us, to the one who gave us all in this beginning. It was his vision to transform healthcare in this region more than 3 decades ago. And not just education, but taking it on towards healthcare and research as well. And we're just accelerating that vision and transforming it into reality. The roadmap was laid for us long ago, and it really reads like a prescription. If you look at our Articles of Association back in 1991, it's like a checklist. There will be a College of Nursing when no one knew about nursing education back then. There will be something in paramedical sciences. 1991, paramedical sciences, it was a very alien concept. So that is the prescription we've been following. We're trying to meet his expectations, we're trying to build on his legacy, and we're trying to turn that dream into reality every single day. So how did RCD begin, our host for the ICHR? And I'd like to share an interesting story. I saw Dr. Zubair Durrani Sahab joining us right here, and I think it was about 13 years ago that he organized the World Oral Health Day in that old auditorium that we have. And prior to that, he would frequently talk to us about, we need to have a dental college. There's really a need for a good dental college and a larger clinical facility here. And every time he would say that, our response would be, I'm sorry, we don't have the space for it. But he would keep whispering this to us. And then he had this oral health conference, and during the conference, he just told me, can you just mention that it is on the cards and that hopefully someday we'll do it? And I said, yes, sure. The next day, it was front page news. Rahman Medical College announces a dental college in Peshawar. It's not what I said, but anyway, that was the news. So that was the start. And we said, okay, now let's see how we can transform this vision into reality. And when I talk about miracles, it's something very interesting, and I'll connect 3 or 4 things right now. The lines for the plots in Hayatabad were probably laid out 3 or 4 decades ago. When you go outside, look at the plots around this. They're not in a straight line. There's a 13 feet overlap between this plot and the next. Those 13 feet connect this plot to the campus that we have right next, not by design, but by chance. It was 10 years ago. It was a cold evening. I remember the 21st of March, 2015, at the Peshawar Golf Club. We didn't have lawyers. We didn't have contracts. Colonel Tariq Saab and I were standing there with Major Arshad Saab, the former owners of this place, with a pen and paper. And as per the guidance and the vision of the chairman, he said, I want a place and I want it close to the existing campus. I want this to be one big campus. We secured this land, and that is where the journey continued. We've had a lot of struggles over these years. Constantly people telling us, what a mistake. Why dentistry? This is never going to work. We had COVID when construction stopped. Construction here was stopped for quite a few years. Then we had the Pakistan Medical Commission. And I remember our interaction there with an eminent lawyer who was sitting in the Pakistan Medical Commission saying, do anything with this building but dentistry. The world doesn't need more dentists. Pakistan certainly doesn't need more dentists. He said, why don't we enhance your medical college seats? You don't need this building, change it. And we said, no, this institution has a purpose, and the purpose is to transform education in every single segment, and dentistry should be no exception. Things went on, and I remember when the college was first starting, we had an impossible deadline to meet. We learned at literally the 11th hour that there was a deadline coming a few weeks ahead, that if we didn't meet, the college would not be recognized by the Pakistan Medical and Dental Council back then. We had Khyber Medical University then, who had to recognize and affiliate and carry out all these processes. Things which everyone told us would take at least a year, when we had not more than a few weeks. They said the Vice Chancellor has to endorse this, and he's not even in Pakistan. I see familiar faces, Professor Infaz Saab, Dr. Sami Saleh over there. I remember we were sitting in that training room in the old block. Everyone said it's impossible, let's give up on it. And we turned to them. They said, let's give it our best shot. I'm sure we can do it. I see Dr. Khalid Khan Saab over here. He has an important role to play in RCD as well. He was then in the higher education department. We had impossible deadlines. And I remember the application to the PMDC was submitted probably 10 minutes before the deadline expired. These are miracles that have happened. And then over the years, when the structure was completed, we announced this conference in this building when we were not sure that we would have this campus ready. But we announced it. Not because we had the designs and the plans in place, because we had a conviction in place. A conviction and a firm belief in the team that you see all around you. A belief that they will not let us down, and they haven't. Redefining excellence in healthcare education has been our vision for many years, since many years. It is not just about meeting expectation, but it's about exceeding expectation. The building that you're now in was not meant to be one more dental college. We have quite a few in this country. It is meant to transform education and healthcare, as alhamdulillah we've done in several other spheres. We don't want to just create more health professionals and more clinicians. We want to create leaders, policymakers, and change agents. Every RMI project has followed this rhythm. Start with a vision, build with conviction, and deliver with impact. We aren't just growing, we are evolving. We are evolving with precision, we are evolving with purpose. Our work at RMI is not to serve the 1% of the population. Our goal here is to serve the 99%. And there are steps that we've taken in this regard. In the recent past, we've enrolled ourselves back into the Sehat Sahulat program, or commonly known as the Sehat Card program. Not because it makes a lot of financial sense, but because our people need it. In this very building, I'm pretty sure 90% of the care that is provided is heavily subsidized, because this region needs quality dental care at an affordable price. RMI Relief is a similar campaign that we have to provide high quality subsidized healthcare to the people of this region, because healthcare isn't a privilege, it is a right. We are breaking silos over here, whether it's dentists, physiotherapists, speech and language pathologists. They're not working in silos, they're all working in sync. And we're investing in technology. Whether it's 3D printing, digital workflows, smart diagnostics, we're going to use all of those to enable greater access, because technology in our hands becomes an equalizer to widen the access to the people of this region. Towards the conclusion, I'd like to make a few acknowledgements, and while I cannot name every single individual who's really helped us deliver on this vision, I'd like to highlight a few names. This gathering, this moment, it did not happen on its own. It was willed into existence by hearts that believe and hands that build. So a very special tribute to Dr. Nasir Ahmed Saab for leading the show. It is his passion, and I know he's had sleepless nights, his perseverance, and he's so committed to this cause, and we're really grateful to him for spearheading this cause. And he's been ably supported and led and guided by Professor Rasul Saab to deliver on this wonderful project. Professor Ijaz Saab has been a family friend and a mentor and an elder whose guidance has always been so supportive for us over the years, and we are grateful for his presence. The Vice Chancellor, Khyber Medical University, Professor Ziaul-Haq Saab, has been in constant touch with us and has really been appreciative of so many things that we've done in the recent past, and constantly pushes on this in the right direction, giving us all the collaboration from Khyber Medical University, which we really consider one of our own over here. And last but not the least, Professor Khalid Masood Gondal Saab, the chairman of the CPSP. You're not just chief guest here, you're a great friend of RMI. And there are countless occasions when you have been so kind to RMI and you've been so supportive, and I cannot name all the occasions, but it is your support that has really allowed us to have this institution and the developments in the last few years made possible. Thank you so much for being here and joining us at short notice. To all the registered participants and all the delegates from all over the world over here, it's your curiosity, it's your commitment, and it's your questions which will really shape the legacy of this event. It's to the tireless infrastructure team who work day and night to make all of this possible, and I see all of those faces at the back.
You've done it on a timeline that no one thought was possible. You've truly made history at RMI. Thank you for that. I hope this conference is not just a celebration. While it's quite a celebratory atmosphere, I hope it's more. And I hope it becomes a commitment to translate ideas into action, data into dignity, and findings into frontline change. Let's make this a moment where knowledge becomes power, not just in journals, but in lives that are transformed. To every student, every researcher, every policymaker in the room, thank you for not just being here, but for believing, not just for dreaming, but doing. Let's turn these 3 days into a legacy. Welcome to the ICHR-25. Welcome to the building that was built with belief. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It is an honor to welcome the visionary chairman of Rahman Medical Institute and patron-in-chief of ICHR-25, Professor Dr. Muhammad Rahman. An internationally acclaimed cardiac surgeon with over 50 years of experience, Professor Dr. Muhammad Rahman has been a pioneer in advancing healthcare and research in Pakistan. His leadership has positioned RMI as a hub of excellence. Please put your hands together for Professor Dr. Muhammad Rahman.
Honorable Chief Guest, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, students, Assalamu alaikum. I would like to say a few words because I have got a written speech, but I don't want to do that to make it short. In fact, I didn't want to become a doctor. And after my doing intermediate, I wanted to join the Air Force to serve my country. But my grandfather insisted that no, you should do something else rather than Air Force because the plane will crash and you will be no more. So that's how I came to Islamic College and started my medical school. And after that, Islamic College joined Khyber Medical College, and then after graduation, I went to England. And while staying there, I decided that what I should do. Everybody is doing a lot of things like orthopedic, general surgery, everybody was doing that, but I wanted to do something which no other person has done it in Pakistan so far. Something unique, something rare. So when I decided to do that, I looked around, and in those days, the cardiac surgery was just evolving in Europe and America. So I decided to do that. And after training about 18 months, I had 2 children there in the Brompton Hospital which were operated, and they requested me that, look, we have got a beautiful hospital built by Ayub Khan, but we need a good surgeon to look after. We could afford it to come here, but there are thousands of people who cannot afford it, and if you want to serve your country, that will be more useful for you. So that emotional thing gave me an incentive, and I said, okay, I'm coming. So I came and decided to establish cardiac surgery in NICVD. And after a decade, the cardiac surgery was established by the help of God in every specialty, like pediatric, coronary, and rheumatic, valvular heart surgery, etc. But that was not enough, because at that time there were hardly 6 cardiac surgeons across the country, and which were not enough to do the procedure. So I decided to establish cardiac surgery by extending the specialties. And it was 1990 that I made Cardiac Society, Cardiovascular Thoracic Society, and after that I went to the College of Physician and Surgeon, where General Burki was the president, and Colonel Subhan was the secretary, and I requested them that if I could start cardiac surgery training in NICVD. And they were very helpful and delighted to say that we would love that if you can do that. So I decided that, and cardiac surgery started. The first year I took 6 medical doctors to do cardiac surgery. And thus, within 10 years, we trained about 20 cardiac surgeons, which were spreading across the country, and thus we achieved the target by doing so. This was not enough again, because we developed the cardiac surgery, we had surgical, but the quality of service was another issue for me, and especially the cardiac, the medical side, the teaching side. I had a lot of problem in writing the article. I had a lot of problem in the essay writing and doing some research work, because we were never taught in our school days. Nowhere it was taught. Even the research work in Jinnah Hospital was in premises, in just infancy. They were just doing it only on animals and something like that. So I decided that I should now convert myself to the medical education and research. And for that, I chose Peshawar, not only to establish the clinical side, but at the same time, education was my top priority. And education, along with the Professor Mufti, who joined us, and we decided that we should have state-of-the-art medical education so that people benefit from the best, so that they can be accepted anywhere in the world. So this was our medical education, but for the better healthcare education, you need a good nurse also. So at the same time, we started nursing school, paramedic school, and rehabilitation center, and then we went ahead, and then also we started this one, Dental College of Surgeons. So this was my aim to go, but my journey is not finished. The actual thing is that we are all depending on the European and American studies. The American studies say the criteria for this and this and that. European studies show this, but we never had our own studies. We never had our own data. Whether it is clinical data, whether it's genetic data, whether it is equipment data, we don't have anything in our country. So this is how my emphasis is more towards the research side. And for research, we need not only theoretical side, but at the same time, practical things. To do research, for example, we should improve our own cardiac surgery, like robotic surgery. Similarly, we should do the stem cell procedure. Similarly, we should do genetic engineering so that we can do diagnosis in time and we can prevent the disease beforehand. So the target now should be now for us, and my aim is to concentrate more and more on research side. Clinical side is well established all over the country, whether heart surgery, whether laparoscopic surgery, whether neurosurgery, that's not an issue. The issue is now to compete with the coming generation problem. Like epidemic diseases, environmental crisis, cancer is spreading like fire in the country. Similarly, kidney diseases are getting more and more. So we should try to do something to prevent these disasters which are going to face us. So with these few things, I would request all the delegates to concentrate and give some opinion how to improve our healthcare system in the research side and also preventing the diseases that we should not have. Like similarly, we had a corona crisis. So with these few words, I would like to thank you all for coming all the way from abroad and within the country. And thank you very much, everybody. And thank you.
We are privileged to have Professor Dr. Ziaul Haq as the guest of honor with us today. Professor Ziaul Haq is the Vice Chancellor and Pioneer Professor of Public Health at Khyber Medical University, Peshawar. He holds an MBBS, MPH, PhD from Glasgow, a postdoc from Kiel, and a fellowship from Royal College, UK. With extensive experience in health sciences, he has published over 50 research articles and played a key role in COVID-19 response, health policy development, and public health initiatives in KPK. He has received multiple prestigious awards and is a visiting professor at the University of Glasgow and director of Asian Consortium for Health Research, China. I invite our distinguished guest of honor to share their thoughts and experiences.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. Thank you so much for inviting us. It was really an honor to speak after Professor Rahman. I really admire him. He's a man of vision. See how the way he spoke. So he started his journey as a role model for us, and then he consolidated all his vision and what is really the need of the hour. So I'm also currently the Vice Chancellor of Islamia College. We are doing a convocation. I already spoke to Shafiq Saab that inshallah we'll honor because he's the alumni of Islamia College as well. So we'll be honoring Professor Rahman inshallah in the last week in a convocation in Islamia College. This is a man, we are not good in praising our legends until we lose them. This is a problem in this country. When we lose people, then we do seminars and other create opportunities when we talk about our people. So let's celebrate our living legends. Let's give them the honor which they really deserve. So one person can do so much things. One cardiac surgeon, my staff officer, Essen is just telling me that his mother was operated by Professor Rahman. When was that happen? 1992. She's still alive. They took her to Karachi to be operated. So this was an individual surgeon. So there are many other people who are good in clinical side, in basic sciences, public health. But then the man created this whole environment and brought it to an area which is not really conducive, which is not at that time still we are struggling with this, and how he created this whole atmosphere. This was my first time to dental college, and I saw the number of stories, and it's enormous. It's enormous. This is not something which is possible for the government sector to do this. And one person who does this is an amazing story. So we should always appreciate this and tell this story to our other people to encourage. Coming to the conference, Professor Gondal, thank you so much, sir, for coming. Research is something extremely important, as Professor Rahman already said. And the conference which Nasir and Dean Saab chose is the gap between the knowledge, the research we do, and the implementation side. So this is really a problem. Yesterday we had a meeting in the health department. We made a policy, health policy for Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. So this is the first health policy in any part of the country. So we, in Pakistan, we have health strategy, we don't have any policy, health policy. This is strange. So 3 years ago, we made health policy for the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. I don't know if some of you have read it, still there on the net. So then we made a strategy. And yesterday we look again and we have never touched that policy. We work really hard on that policy. So this is really a problem. What we do, our researchers, we produce papers, and we produce papers only for promotions. And this is something the Chief Secretary always talk about, the Secretaries always talk about, the Chief Minister, and they have this, they always convey this message to us as an academician and researcher, that you are doing a lot of research, but this is not helping us. So I think that's why the conference theme is extremely important, that our research bodies or research boards, when we are approving anything for the students and our scholars, we must ask them, and there is a term called implementation research, and this, the WHO is always asking for this implementation research. So any research which we are doing should have a focus on this, should have a portion on this, that we should ask our researchers, if you are doing this research, how will it help the real problem? So the real problem is, we all know, it's communicable disease is triple burden. It's communicable, we are top of the clinical. So we have hepatitis on top, we have TB on top. Non-communicable, we have diabetes #1 now. We have injuries, we are doing nothing for the injuries. We have no data coming out. So we have this triple burden. We have underweight, which is a big problem. We have overweight, and obesity is a big problem. And we are still struggling with polio. With maybe the only country we left, there are 2 countries, but Afghanistan is doing so well. So maybe I'm afraid that we will be left, the only country will have polio is a problem. Sri Lanka, just imagine Sri Lanka has eradicated malaria. Just imagine Sri Lanka with mosquitoes and asthma. They have eradicated malaria so many years ago because their own research, I visited them and they have done a tremendous work on this. So this is, we should do our local, address our local problems. So the conference like this will help. We are a partner with RCD in this conference in terms of finances. Some very humble contribution, but we are doing it just as a token that we are with you in supporting you. So thank you so much, and I welcome you all to this conference, and I request you that to have a very meaningful dialogue, and we should all be working on this theme, how we do research and how we bridge this gap between policy and research. Thank you so much.
International conference. It is my profound honor to welcome an eminent figure in medical education, Professor Khalid Masood Gondal, a graduate of King Edward Medical College and a fellow of multiple prestigious international colleges. Dr. Gondal has dedicated his life to advancing healthcare education in Pakistan. He has served as a Vice Chancellor of both King Edward Medical University and Fatma Jinnah Medical University, where he currently leads with distinction.
As the president of the College of Physicians and Surgeons, Pakistan, and a member of both PHEC and PMDC, his impact is felt across all levels of medical training and policy. His exceptional contributions have earned him the Tamgha Imtiaz and Pride of Performance awarded by the government of Pakistan. With over 100 publications and decades of leadership, he continues to inspire generations of medical professionals. Please join me in warmly welcoming Professor Dr. Khalid Masood Gondal to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Nahmadu wa nusalli ala Rasulihil Kareem. Honorable Professor Muhammad Rahman, Chairperson, CEO, RMI, Professor Ghulam Rasul, Principal, Dr. Nasir Ahmed, esteemed researcher, distinguished delegate, guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and very good morning. तकरीर तो इंग्लिश में लिखी है, थीम भी इंग्लिश वाली है, रिसर्च के बारे में बात हो रही है, स्टेज पे स्टेज सेक्रेटरी ने आगाज़ भी इंग्लिश में किया, बाकी तकरीर भी इंग्लिश में हुई, मेरी तकरीर भी थीम के मुताबिक इंग्लिश में ही होगी। लेकिन स्टेज पे बैठे बैठे मुझे ये अंदाज़ा हुआ कि इंग्लिश में यू कैन नॉट ट्रांसफ़र योर इमोशंस, और यहाँ आके थोड़ा सा मुझे इमोशनल टच मिल गया जब मुझे ये याद आया प्रोफेसर रहमान साहब का सफ़र 1975 में आगाज़ हो रहा है कार्डिक सर्जरी का, इसके बाद इस इदारे का डेवलप होना, और जहाँ इस वक्त जो मेरे दोस्त मौजूद हैं उनको देख के, एजाज़ खटक साहब से बहुत दोस्ती, पुराने हमारे दोस्त, बड़ी इनकी कंट्रीब्यूशन है खैबर मेडिकल यूनिवर्सिटी में, प्रोफेसर तारिक मुफ्ती साहब, एबटाबाद से सफ़र शुरू हुआ, फिर पेशावर, मेरे अपने उस्ताद रहे, हमारे एग्जामिनर रहे, इनसे मुलाकात, ज़ियाउल हक साहब एक नौजवान रिसर्च स्कॉलर, और पिछले दिनों में इन्होंने लाहौर में जो कॉन्फ्रेंस की है दैट रिमेन अनप्रेसिडेंटेड, और फिर हमारे अपने CPSP के दोस्त यहाँ बैठे हैं, वकार आलम जान रीजनल डायरेक्टर, फ़कीर गुल, मुमताज़ मरवत साहब हमारे पुराने रीजनल डायरेक्टर बैठे हैं, यंग फैसल जो है हमारा कंट्रोलर एग्जामिनेशन है, नबील कराची से यहाँ तशरीफ़ लाए हुए हैं, डॉक्टर जनान भी यहाँ मौजूद है और आर्मी के रिप्रेजेंटेशन ब्रिगेड साहब कर रहे हैं, और बड़े फेलोज़ और सुपरवाइज़र आप तमाम मौजूद हैं। तो इनकी मौजूदगी में जब मैं रहमान साहब को सामने रख के ये सोच रहा था, और जब मैंने 75 का कार्डिक सर्जरी का आगाज़ देखा, और मैं ख़ुद रहमान मेडिकल इंस्टीट्यूट की फ़र्स्ट इंस्पेक्शन की टीम को मैं लीड कर रहा था, और कार्डिक सर्जरी की जब एक्रेडिटेशन हुई, मुमताज़ मरवत साहब के साथ आगे फिर सफ़र का आगाज़ हुआ, तो आज की कॉन्फ्रेंस देख के मैं शेर रहमान साहब को डेडिकेट कर रहा हूँ कि मैं अकेले ही चला था जानबे मंजिल, लोग मिलते गए, कारवां बनता गया। और अगली बात जो मैं थोड़ा सा ये उर्दू में ट्रांसफ़र करना चाह रहा हूँ, फिर मैं अंग्रेज़ी में भी बात करूँगा क्योंकि हमारे फॉरेनर्स दोस्त यहाँ मौजूद हैं, और गुलाम रसूल साहब ने बहुत खूबसूरती के अंदाज़ में ये इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस का इनेकाद किया, और शायद ऑनलाइन भी लोग मौजूद होंगे। तो मैं ये बैठे बैठे ये सोच रहा था कि ये दुनिया की ज़िंदगी आर्जी मुख्तसर जल्द ख़त्म होने वाली है। जाने के बाद लोग ये कहेंगे या अल्लाह सुनते थे देख लिया, वापस लौटा दे, नेक अमल करेंगे मौका नहीं मिलेगा। 100 साल पहले सरजमीन में कौन था, आज कोई नहीं है, 100 साल बाद हम में कोई नहीं हो। अब ये 60, 70, 100 साल की ज़िंदगी का मकसद क्या है? एक भाई रुपया पैसा जिस्म और रूह का ताल्लुक़ ख़त्म किसी का हो गया, दूसरा भाई अजीज़ो अकरबा रिश्तेदार चंद साल याद रखते हैं, भूल जाते हैं, साल में बैठे हुए किसी को अपने दादा के दादा का नाम याद नहीं है। ये इतनी ज़िंदगी है। जब दुनिया में जाएंगे कितना अरसा कब्र में रहना है, फिर बरज़ख का आलम है। साथ जाने हैं आपके नेक आमाल, और इन नेक आमाल में सदकाते जारियाँ हैं, और सदकाते जारिया की मिसाल आज इस वक्त स्टेज पे बैठी है डॉक्टर रहमान साहब की शक्ल में। कितने मरीज़ों का इन्होंने इलाज किया, कितने इदारे इन्होंने कायम किए, कितने फलाही काम इन्होंने कायम किए। तो ये एक एग्जाम्पल है, ये एक रोल मॉडल है जो दुनिया के से जाने के बाद जो काम आपके काम आएंगे। इस कॉन्फ्रेंस का एक ये भी मैसेज है कि ऐसी दुनिया से ज़िंदगी गुजार के जाएं कि आगे इस्तकबाल वाली कैफियत हो, और ये अफसोस ना हो कि काश हम दुनिया में ये कर लेते, ये कर लेते। तो दैट इज़ वन मैसेज ऑफ दिस कॉन्फ्रेंस। नाउ फॉर आवर गेस्ट, जो इंटरनेशनल गेस्ट हैं, इनके लिए ऑब्वियसली इंग्लिश में, फिर आखिर में फिर उर्दू में आ जाऊँगा। इट्स ट्रूली एन ऑनर फॉर मी टू एड्रेस यू टुडे as the chief guest of the opening ceremony of International Conference on Health Research 2025. I thank the organizer for inviting me such an exceptional gathering of mind, for giving Pakistan the opportunity to host this important dialogue on health research and its impact on society. Under the umbrella of ICHR-25, I am happy to know a diverse range of national and international workshops were conducted across various esteemed institutions, promoting academic linkage, research collaboration, and healthcare innovation. These workshops reflected ICHR-25's mission to foster interdisciplinary learning, capacity building in the health professional education, research ethics, clinical practice across the Pakistan and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, your presence here today from across the continent and cultures and discipline reaffirm a shared global commitment to the health as a human right and to the research as a collective responsibility. The theme of this year's conference, from discovery to impact, strategies for effective implementation in health research, is both timely and deeply relevant. In a world overflowing with innovation and scientific breakthrough, a real challenge we face today is not merely the discovering solution, but implementing them. It's about ensuring that what is discovered in the lab, tested in the clinical trial, or published in the academic journal ultimately reaches to the people who need the most. Too often, groundbreaking research remains confined to institutions or buried in publication. The distance between discovery and delivery can span over years, even decades, especially in the low and middle income countries. Ladies and gentlemen, the question before us is how we are bridging this gap. I am pleased to see that like College of Physicians and Surgeons in Pakistan, Rahman Medical Institution is one of the best training sites of CPSP and one of the best among the accredited institutions of College of Physicians and Surgeons in Pakistan, is deeply committed to strengthen the bridge between knowledge and impact. This conference presents a valuable opportunity to advance that mission and turn meaningful research into a real-world solution, to build connection, exchange knowledge, and shape collaboration that lasts. It provides a critical forum for discussing strategies, framework, and real-world model that turn discovery into measurable public health outcome. Where through scaling up community health program, deploying digital health platform, or investing in localized clinical research, we can achieve the target. As we gather here from diverse background, let us also remember implementation is not a solo effort. It demands partnership across the border, between sector, among the researcher, policymaker, practitioner, and communities. So I urge you all, challenge assumption, share not only your success, but also your setbacks, and seek solutions that are practical, scalable, and inclusive. At the level of College of Physicians and Surgeons in Pakistan, as was mentioned, we also faced the challenges when we implemented competency-based medical education, like CanMed, like ACGME competency of US. We faced the challenges of induction, curriculum, monitoring, and evaluation, and we made various strategies to come up with these challenges. And by the grace of Allah Almighty, currently, we have implemented competency-based medical education with introduction of innovation like workplace-based assessment, and similarly, as far as research is concerned, we have now shifted from dissertation to an original research paper to ensure quality and standard. Dr. Rahman was talking about the quality and standard in the medical education. We expose our trainee to the developed world, like Ireland, 750 trainee, they are working in 13 different disciplines. In UK, 800 plus trainee, they are working in 32 different disciplines. And compulsorily they have to come back to Pakistan. That is why WHO gave that scheme name as a brain gain and not the brain drain. And I am very happy to share that almost from all districts of KPK, the trainee, they are working in UK and the Ireland, and they come back to Pakistan and serve the people of Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, world is a global village now. Let us join hands together to ensure excellence in the medical education, quality research, and service of ailing humanity. Let us leave this conference not only with the new heights, but with the renewed commitment to turn discovery into action and impact. Let us be example of khairun nas mai yanfaun nas. आप में से बेहतरीन शख्स वो है जो लोगों की नफा रसानी के लिए काम. In closing, I commend the organizer for choosing such a meaningful theme. I extend my best wishes to all the participants for productive discussion and impactful outcome. To our international guests, may your time in Pakistan be filled with inspiration, connection, and a strong sense of shared purpose. We are excited to walk this journey from discovery to impact together. I would like to invite the international guests to the College of Physicians and Surgeons in Pakistan on our forthcoming international conference on medical education and through Rahman Medical Institution and Dr. Rasul. I would like to invite them as the external examiner, if they are the external examiner in their own country, and see what is going on at the level of CPSP or quality and standard. And finally, फिर उर्दू में आ. I'm going to conclude, क्योंकि जब मैंने उर्दू में स्टार्ट किया तो हाल का इमोशन और तालियां डिफरेंट थी. अंग्रेजी में खामोशी हो गई. अब फिर इस तरफ आ रहे हैं. इस वक्त हाल में जो नौजवान बैठे हैं, इनमें पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट रेजिडेंट नजर आ रहे हैं. और जब भी मैं नौजवानों से बात करता हूँ, आई थिंक वाइस चांसलर ऑफ हार्वर्ड, ये अल्लाह का फजल और करम है कि मैं एक छोटे से गांव वाड़ा नक्शा वहाँ से बिलोंग करता हूँ. एंड माय फादर वाज स्कूल टीचर. एक गांव से उठ के एक स्कूल टीचर का बेटा होने के नाते किंग एडवर्ड का पहला कैम्पोलियन वाइस चांसलर अल्लाह ने 4 साल के लिए मुझे बनाया. की बरकत के साथ और आप सबकी सपोर्ट के साथ कॉलेज ऑफ फिजिशियन उसका प्रेसिडेंट बनना दैट इज अ ग्रेट ऑनर और ये भी अल्लाह पाक का फजल करम है। लेकिन इसमें एक एडवाइस जो मैं नौजवान बच्चियों को करना चाहता हूँ, जिसकी वजह से अल्लाह ने मुझे ये सारी कामयाबियाँ दी। सबसे पहले तो अल्लाह पाक का फजल करम है और उसके बाद वालिदैन की दुआएं हैं। तो आपको ये मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है कि अपने वालिदैन की सारी साजा की इज्जत कीजिएगा। वालिदैन वो हस्ती है जो आसमान से जमीन पे लाती है और ये असातिज़ा वो हस्ती है जो दोबारा आपको आसमान पे जाती है। बाअदब बानसीब इसकी अमली मिसाल बनिएगा। और एक और चीज़, सोशल मीडिया का जुडिशियस इस्तेमाल कीजिएगा। आजकल AI के दौर में आपको कहाँ से कहाँ ले जाती है बात। और आखिर में पाकिस्तान एक अजीम मुल्क है, इससे मोहब्बत कीजिएगा। ये खित्ता, ये सरजमीन, इसके सरसब्ज, इसके पहाड़, इसकी तमाम चीज़ें, इसके लोग, ये अमेरिका में हो, ये आयरलैंड में हो, ये UK में हो, बदौलत ये कॉलेज है। सो मुल्क की इज्जत कीजिएगा और इस मुल्क से प्यार और मोहब्बत के साथ साथ वो लोग जो नजरियाती सरहदों की हिफाजत कर रहे हैं, जो जुग्राफियाई सरहदों की हिफाजत कर रहे हैं, हमारी सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस, उनके लिए दुआ कीजिएगा। और आखिर इस शेर पे मैं अपनी बात को खत्म करता हूँ कि खुदा करे मेरी अर्ज़ पाक पर उतरे वो फसले गुल जिसे अंदेशा ज़वाल ना हो। यहाँ जो फूल खिले वो खिला रहे बरसों, यहाँ खज़ां को गुजरने की भी मजाल ना हो। खुदा करे कि मेरे एक भी हमवतन के लिए, खुदा करे मेरे एक भी हमवतन के लिए हयात जुर्म ना हो, जिंदगी बवाल ना हो। पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद। CPSP RMI हैदराबाद। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Ladies and gentlemen, ICHR-25 features a diverse program including pre-conference workshops, keynote lectures, plenary sessions, panel discussions, poster and oral presentations, a science cafe for networking, postgraduate and student research showcases, and the Young Investigator Award. To commence this significant gathering, we are honored to have with us Professor Dr. Saeed Farooq.
Professor Dr. Saeed Farooq, a distinguished psychiatrist, researcher, and educator, Professor Farooq has made remarkable contributions to mental health services, particularly in low and middle income countries. He currently serves as Professor of Psychiatry and Public Mental Health at Keele University, UK, and is also an honorary consultant psychiatrist with the NHS in the United Kingdom.
With over 250 publications, numerous global recognitions, and pioneering research focused on early intervention in psychosis, treatment adherence, and health systems reform, Professor Farooq's work has transformed the landscape of mental health care across the continents. His recent accolade, the prestigious Global Health Professorship Award from the UK's National Institute for Health and Care Research, stands as a testament to the global impact of his research.
We are truly privileged to have him with us today. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Professor Dr. Saeed Farooq as he takes the stage to deliver the inaugural lecture of ICHR-25.
I think while they are making the arrangements on the stage, it has been a truly inspiring session. And first of all, I would like to congratulate Dr. Nasir for organizing such a wonderful conference. I remember very well in the last year when we were having this conference, he mentioned that we will have this conference in the new auditorium. And true to his words, we have this wonderful auditorium. So, and it has been listening to Professor Rahman's story, and then Dr. Shafiq mentioned something. He said that it has been true miracle. He has mentioned it number of times. Shafiq साहब के लिए mention करूँगा, miracles पैगंबरों के बाद ख़त्म हो गए हैं. Whatever happens, it happens with a true vision, with a good team. And you have been lucky, you have a team, you have a vision. And in the private sector, especially in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, where the last 10, 20 years, every investor practically has been running away. I know quite a lot of friends residing in Islamabad, not having any investment over here. So you and Professor Rahman and your team establishing such a huge institute in the private sector is a true inspiration, and I wish other investors in KP learn from you. So I really appreciate. Then Professor Khalid Masood Gondal Sahab, आपकी इत्ला के लिए अर्ज़ा सर कि I am one of the initial, I did my FCPS in 1990, and has been working closely with Professor Sultan Farooqi Saab and Tariq Mufti Saab, and we devised the research methodology workshop of the CPSP, which has been running now for decades. So it's truly inspiring morning. And then Professor Ziaul Haq Saab, I sometimes believe that people in KP do not get as much credit perhaps in other provinces. So it's wonderful to see all the work coming together. So this I'm going to talk about the impact and what are the strategies for effective impact. And you have seen a lot of impact from education training in the form of this institute. I'm going to focus only on the research impact. And I know psychiatrists are known for getting people drowsy. So what I've done is, in the first slide, I've given you the take-home message. And if you want to sleep after this, you can. So the take-home message for effective impact is that the real impact is the contribution of your research to society and the economy. It's not just the impact factor. And I will show how it can be achieved. I would like to use example from my own research. For high impact, you need to have high impact ideas, a clear focus, develop skills in implementation science, which unfortunately has been lacking in our curriculum, in our training. The most important thing in research is doing the doable. And I will try to highlight that. Doing the doable is the art and the science of the research. And unfortunately, most of our research has not been successful because we have been trying to do the undoable. And a researcher is never appreciated for having aims or objectives which are, which they cannot meet, or if they meet properly. And the important thing for implementation is, remember that scientists advise, politicians decide. So you need to work closely with the policymakers, with the scientists. Unfortunately, I would say it in Urdu, हमारी कंट्री में पॉलिटिशियंस के साथ काम करना थोड़ा सा मायूब समझा जाता है. कहते हैं कि ये टीसी कर रहा है. नहीं, ultimately the politicians are going to decide. We have to work with them. In fact, for a true impact, I would say involve the politicians and the people who are going to make the decisions in your research from the day one. And finally, I will talk about 3 or 4 doable research ideas which I believe can make the huge impact. I'll take about 20 minutes of your time. I hope that would be okay. So first of all, the impact. We have unfortunately been hostage to the impact factor idea of the impact, which is, the impact factor jo hota hai, that is the stardom of a scientist. Shah Rukh Khan ki ya Sulaiman Khan ki film, if it earns 200 crore, that is his impact for him personally. But if the film makes a difference in the society, in the lives of the people, that is the real impact. And that is what should a scientist work should do. So if I have impact factor of 200, it is very good for my CV, it's very good for my promotion, but does it touch the common person in the street? If it does not, I would say it has very little impact. And lately, the science has been moving, and in UK, where I'm professor, our work is measured by what is called research ref, where they measure, they see our impact overall in the society, in these, not just by the impact factor. In fact, impact factor is perhaps the least factor considered in evaluation of our work. And I will try to highlight from my, so first of all, we decide what is the impact. The UK Economic and Social Research Council defines the research impact as the demonstrable contribution that excellent research makes to the society and economy. And the impact can broadly be divided into what is called the academic impact, जो कि आपका impact factor है, and then economic and societal impact. The demonstrable contribution that research has on society and economy and its benefits to individuals, organizations, and nations. Unless we are able, and I must congratulate Nasir Saab and his team for talking about impact and implementation. I mean, I've been working in Pakistan for almost 30 years now, attending scientific conferences. I rarely hear these things. So thank you very much for bringing this focus to Pakistan. So how you can have the impact? This is, by the way, the Keele University where I work. Beautiful, largest campus university in UK, situated between Manchester and Birmingham. And so, first of all, and I will try to give the examples from my own work, because my work started here in Peshawar, and most of the time I've been working with very few resources. Actually, I was working in Lady Reading Hospital. So, just to give you an example, this is the first thing is develop a clear focus and a research question. And this is a paper, Gondal Saab ki tawajjuh chahunga, which was published in JCPSP in, I think, 2001. And you can see the publication address is Lady Reading Hospital. And this paper is the result of my working with the research methodology workshops where I realized. So if you want to understand how you can develop a clear focus, how you can develop a proper good research question, please do read this paper. I've done a lot of research, and this is not an original research paper, this is an opinion piece. I feel this is one of my I think perhaps the most impactful publication. And I think it's available free full text, where I've highlighted how you can develop a proper research question. The essence of proper research question is, when you write the research question, every word is definable and every word is measurable. If your research question meets that criteria, that is where you have a good research question. And the impact starts, A, with an impactful question, which addresses an important area, and B, with a clear research question. So this I will, this is, by the way, on that side, clinical features of purple psychosis. This is paper based on my dissertation as FCPS trainee. Way back in 1990, published in 1996 when I was working in UK. And this is my first paper, scientific paper, Purple Psychiatry, which was published in JPMA as an editorial. And at that time, when I started work, I looked at the misery and the impact of purple psychosis on mother and children, and I thought perhaps I can do something. So I did quite a bit of work. Soon I realized that the purple psychosis is a very small area. It is a very significant, but prevalence and incidence-wise, it is a very small area. So that is the next step in your impact journey, that if your area is small, if it is not going to make the impact, change the focus. And I started focusing more on psychosis and specifically on what I call first episode psychosis. And I'll tell the reason for that. So first episode psychosis is predominantly the disease of a young person. Median age of onset is 22 years, and it disrupts a person's whole life. And how I made an impact in that, I'll talk about that a bit later. First of all, I would like to highlight what are the skills you need. The first skill you need for creating impact is develop skills in implementation science and interdisciplinary work. If you are working only in your office in RMI or in KMU, forget about the impact. You need to reach out, you need to work with different disciplines. And I commonly give the implementation science is that it requires, the important thing about the implementation science is that it requires behavior change. That is the main difference between the science or epidemiology you are doing in your, doing the randomized control trials, very good efficacy randomized control trial. They are very good, they will show the effectiveness, but for a proper implementation, you need to go to pragmatic randomized control trial and implement a behavior change. So implementation science has three main components. First of all is the behavior change, try to do the behavior change. Engagement with a wide range of individuals and stakeholders. Most important stakeholder is the patient and carers. And unfortunately, our research doesn't involve them. And again, to give an example of my own work, all my studies, alhamdulillah, I've been very successful in having over about 10 million pounds of funding as a principal investigator, and almost all the studies have the patients as a part of the study. They are part of the steering committee, and when we publish the papers, patients are as This is an example which I give. This is the study protocol for development of, I will skip over most of these things. This work is now complete. This is the study protocol. Paper is now published. We developed a prediction model for predicting treatment-resistant schizophrenia, which is the most dangerous disease in psychosis. In people with ordinary schizophrenia, with the first episode psychosis, we developed a prediction model where you could predict the treatment-resistant schizophrenia at the baseline. I just want to highlight this interdisciplinary nature of the people who were involved. So we included psychiatry, biostatistics, psychology, and qualitative research expert. By the way, qualitative research is very important. We often ignore it. We had a clinical neurosciences expert. We had, again, psychiatry image analysis expert, because quite a lot of the work involves the neuroimaging, biostatistics, primary care epidemiology. So, and this person, David Shear, you can see, he is the service user. David Shears, yes, lived experience. If you can see, he is the person who was with the lived experience. He is amongst the authors, not only in the protocol paper, but also in the paper we published. So the user experience is at the heart of everything we do, because that is where you go for the implementation. So the next thing, first is you develop the skills in implementation science. The next thing, 3 A's of implementation are adaptation, advocacy, and action. Professor Aman Sahab mentioned about adaptation in his speech, bringing the bringing the knowledge and discipline and adapting to the local context. That is very important. Once you have adopted the models to your work, the next thing you need is advocacy. Advocacy with the health minister, advocacy with the secretary health, advocacy with people, and then action. So I'll try to highlight that, how we did that. As a part of my work with the first episode psychosis, traditional healers were very important. So if you see, the biggest challenge in early psychosis is what we call duration of untreated psychosis. My work showed that the duration of untreated psychosis in countries like Pakistan was about 132 weeks, compared to 62 weeks in high-income countries. And 80% of that period of untreated psychosis is spent with the traditional healers. So we proposed a model, we conducted a feasibility trial, working with the traditional healers, and I can say at the moment we have the largest network of traditional healers working with us in Peshawar in people with the first episode psychosis. This is the protocol. This research has been finished. Professor Ziaul Haq has been one of the co-authors and one of the co-applicants, and of course it's with the KMU. And this paper is now being submitted. Again, I'm not going into the details. What I'm saying is, there is a very well-established model for early intervention in psychosis in UK, US, Australia. When you bring that to Pakistan, the first challenge is how you work with the traditional healers. There are other challenges as well, but this was the first challenge. Started in, I think, 2020, and we finished this trial. We are now reporting that trial. And from this trial, then we developed a model about which I'm going to talk a bit later. So this is the model we published. We suggested a model, we published a model. You see the date. This is 2021, and we suggested a public health approach. Then you produce, the next thing is doing the advocacy. Advocacy can only be based on high quality data. And this is the high quality data. First of all, we showed the relationship between duration of untreated psychosis and outcomes in low and middle income countries, published in Schizophrenia Research, again a high impact journal. But for me, what matters is the evidence which is going to the policymakers. Then we published this systematic review, again to show the evidence, what has been done in other countries and how we can adopt for a model from high-income countries to the low-income countries. And then this is very important paper, which we did quite way back. And what we did is we showed a direct relationship between the duration of untreated psychosis in low and middle income countries and its GDP. And we showed an inverse relationship between the duration of untreated psychosis and the GDP. And to put it simply, it's a long, complicated paper. To put it simply, we showed that the poverty is related with the long duration of untreated psychosis. This, of course, is common sense, but showing it with the data is very important for the advocacy. So advocacy based on sound evidence, and then this is, again, an important paper. Again, advocacy. First, you produce the evidence, then you go and suggest what can be done. And what we suggested is that just like in this article, I think, what we suggested is that just like a global fund for tuberculosis and HIV/AIDS, you need a global fund for severe mental illness. We are a long, long way back, but that's the start. This was published in Lancet Psychiatry, and we are still working. So that was the evidence. Action, fortunately, this is about 10 years work. Fortunately, then came an opportunity for applying for funding to the NIHR, and we were able to submit this grant application, and alhamdulillah got this. And this paper, this is now work I'm leading right now. This is called Translate. Translate research means translating evidence for early intervention in psychosis in low and middle income countries. Last week, we finished a training workshop for the psychiatrist in 4 cities in Pakistan. And what we are doing is we have produced the first, this is a challenge I've been talking. The challenge is that 9 out of 10 young people live in low and middle income countries. And if you remember, I mentioned the median age of onset for psychosis is 22 years. So in future, 90% of the people with psychosis are going to be in countries like Pakistan. And psychosis, some people call it cancer of the mind, is the most severe disabling. It hits young people, it results in the loss of job opportunities, everything. So the person's life is disrupted. So we suggested a model for early intervention psychosis and of course a prediction model. I will not go into the detail. So what we suggested is, we suggested that we are going to establish an early intervention psychosis service and also develop a clinical tool for prediction of treatment-resistant schizophrenia in first episode psychosis. This is 5 years' work, fully funded by ICHR, about 1.9 million pounds. What we are going to do is we are now going to establish early intervention psychosis in 5 cities in Pakistan, 1 city in Sri Lanka. 5 cities are Peshawar, Abbottabad, Faisalabad, Quetta, and Hyderabad. We just trained their psychiatrists, and this is, we published last year. You can see KMU is our partner. This is the first clinical guidelines for early intervention in psychosis anywhere in the developing countries, not just in Pakistan. We published this, and it has been endorsed by the PPS. So what we are doing, what is the plan? The plan is we produced these guidelines based on the most recent evidence. Now we have trained the psychiatrists from all 5 cities in Pakistan and 1 in Sri Lanka. They were here last week. Extensive training. And we have now produced an electronic health record system where the patient with first episode psychosis will be first assessed and then managed by psychiatrists using these guidelines. Everything will be audited, and we will see the clinical outcomes at 3 months, 6 months, and 12 months. So this will be the first study of its kind. So these are last few slides. So we have been working on this. How you can quantify that when Shah Rukh Khan has a film, you can say he had a film of 220 crore or 240 crores or whatever. As a psychiatrist, you cannot say that. How you quantify your impact? So this is an excerpt from my grant application where we argued that early intervention psychosis can have an incremental cost-effectiveness ratio of approximately about 51,000 per quality adjusted life year. So basically, if you are able to effectively treat a person with the first episode psychosis, you save money in terms of rehospitalization, you save money in terms of a person having a gainful employment, you save the money in terms of the person not doing self-harm, and about 10% of the people with first episode psychosis, schizophrenia, would ultimately commit suicide. So you can prevent that, and that quantifies in this impact. So what we argued, these are the figures from high-income countries with a treatment gap like Pakistan. We will be able to achieve about 10 times of this cost effectiveness. And that is what led to the translate, and that translate ultimately, alhamdulillah, led my NIHR global professorship. So this is what we call that these were only 7 researchers all over the world, including UK, were awarded this NIHR professorship, and alhamdulillah, I was one of them. So this is based on my NIHR global professorship. So the last few things. So I hope what I've highlighted is how the journey starts. It starts with a clear focus, impactful idea, and then important thing is, remember, scientists advise, politicians decide, and wild stakeholders. Think about legislation and policy making at the earliest possible stage. And while you work, produce some policy briefs. Now, in the next 5 minutes or so, I will need your attention to think. I think that in Pakistan, there is a big potential for doing the doable research with the high impact. And I would try to highlight just 3 ideas and would hope that the young persons sitting over here will be able to take these ideas forward. There are a lot of course, ideas, but these 3 ideas have been close to my heart because I've been thinking about the first thing is how you can improve the health literacy. The health literacy is the single most important barrier in achieving. If you don't understand what is your illness, if you don't know who is the best person, who is contributing to our health literacy right now? Facebook, social media, hakeemon ke ishtihar. Okay, so you need to work what the health literacy and why health literacy is important. So low health literacy affects it's one of the major public health area. And unfortunately, I do not see much research in this area. Again, this is a research which will result in which is doable and actionable. You need to understand what is the current status, how you can improve the health literacy. I have few ideas if someone wants to discuss with me, and how it can have the impact. The second thing which I believe relates to our Honorable Vice Chancellor. The role of anti-test in the social mobility and increasing the health inequality. You know, what we tend to forget, I am the person, I came from a low middle social economic background. I just had an FSC, good marks, got into the medical college, and here I'm amongst, on the top of the ladder in terms of the social mobility. The anti-test, I feel, is one of the major barriers in social mobility. I feel that the most important work or the goal of any government is to improve the access to the opportunities. And unfortunately, and it is a public health issue because it not only, you can easily understand that average student who we have now from high income, previously when there was not anti-test, we used to have, people from every social background. I may be wrong, it has not been examined in Pakistan, but it has been examined in India. This is a very important paper from India because India has a more or less similar system like ours. And they found that students from affluent backgrounds often have access to better educational resources, test preparation courses, very expensive academies, and tutoring that give them a significant advantage to them. In India's highest ranked medical school, practically all the students come from one academy. So this is such a big impact. If a child from Waziristan, from Bannu, from DI Khan, if they are not able, if they do not have the access, despite the brilliance, they will not get into the medical education, and that will directly affect your health care. So we need to think about it. Again, this needs to be researched. As I mentioned, I haven't seen a single paper on this in Pakistan literature. When I did the literature search, this is a systematic review by an Indian people, and you can access this and see how we can replicate this in Pakistan. And the final thing is, who educates the doctors? What is your idea? Who educates the doctors? Unfortunately, it is not the CPSP. It's not the RMI. An average doctor sees a medical rep almost every week. And they, unfortunately, train them, educate them with very misleading literature. And this is one example. This is example from psychiatry. I don't know, is there any mental health professional over here? If not, this is olanzapine, fluoxetine combination. I would say quite a dangerous one, because olanzapine leads to weight gain and a lot of metabolic problems. What is the indication of olanzapine? This is, by the way, FDA approved. What is the indication, FDA indication? And even the NICE guidelines are the same, but I've taken the FDA
indication. The FDA indication is approved for use in adult patients to treat depressive episodes associated with bipolar disorder. So it is not a treatment for the routine depression or in treatment-resistant depression. This is below. I have produced an excerpt from one of the medical literature, वो जो आपको कार्ड नहीं देते, उससे मैंने ये कॉपी किया है. And this is true for almost, this is one example. The literature on benzodiazepines is most misleading, so-called literature. So what they say, please read this. It works by helping to restore the balance of certain neurotransmitters in brain. Olanzapine again reduces symptoms of bipolar disorder and mania, reduces the risk of switching to mania. And so basically this is a misleading message giving the impression that this combination can be used in routine depression. It is effective because it has olanzapine, which is basically an antipsychotic, but it is very, the olanzapine has a lot of side effects. I call olanzapine as a steroid of psychiatry. And this, unfortunately, is being used left, right, and center, not only by psychiatrists, I must say, gastroenterologists, neurologists, and physicians, just because of this literature. And again, I have yet to see any serious research on this area. Who produces the medical literature? Who supervises it? How it is promoted? What are the restrictions? So these are all. So I hope that I've given you some food for thought for the major public health problems which can have a huge impact on the research. So in conclusion, I would say the discovery of impact is a journey with the patient and society in the mind. So when you are developing your research question, you have to have the patient and society in the mind from the very beginning. Discovery of impactful idea requires a clear understanding of societal needs and in-depth knowledge of the literature, a clear focus involving all stakeholders and working collaboratively with decision makers is required at all stages of research, and implementation science training with a public health approach must be prioritized in the medical education. So thank you very much for your attention. These are my acknowledgements. So if I'm not sure whether there's time for questions or not, and I'll be more than happy if I can take now, otherwise later on.
We are honored to have been joined by our chief guest and guest of honor, whose support and encouragement have added immense value to this international conference.
We now present an award to Ms. Laiba Alam, the first elected president of Student Research Society, RCD.
I would like to request the chief guest, Professor Dr. Khalid Masood Gondal, respected guest of honor, Professor Dr. Ziaul Haq, and respected Professor Dr. Ghulam Rasul to please join us on stage to distribute the awards. Ms. Laiba Alam, if you could please receive the award. The Central Committee, as we celebrate the ICHR-25, it is only fitting that we take a moment to recognize the incredible team that worked tirelessly behind the scenes, demonstrating their commitment and exceptional organization skills throughout the planning and execution stages.
Their collective hard work not only elevated the quality of the conference, but also created a welcoming environment for researchers and participants alike. We are grateful for the contributions that have helped transform our plans into this successful gathering. Calling on stage the Central Organizing Committee. First of all, Dr. Rizwan Faisal, Professor Pharmacology, Rahman Medical College, and Chair of Accommodation and Transportation Committee.
Give me a little bit of space. Next, we have Dr. Gulmeena Masood, Assistant Professor, Oral Pathology, and our Conference Secretary. She played a pivotal role as Chair of Stage Masters and SRS RCD Mentor.
Ms. Meera Tanveer, Senior Research Officer and our Conference Coordinator. She's also an active member of the Registration and Accommodation Committee.
Which one did you do? Dr. Ramesa? Next. This one. Dr. Ramesa Kiran, Clinical Research Associate Physician and our Conference Coordinator. Active contributions in workshops and scientific sessions.
Dr. Maheen Khan, Senior Registrar, Prosthodontics and Conference Coordinator. She's also an integral part of both the Stage Masters and Invitation Committee.
Dr. Mariam Kifayat, Coordinator of ORIC RMI and an active member at the Workshops Committee.
Ms. Hamida Naz, Assistant Manager, RCD, who played an essential role in logistics throughout the conference.
Just names. Dr. Bakhtiyar hai? Professor Dr. Shehzada Bakhtiyar Zahid. I don't think he's here. Now we'll start with the core committee members, which includes Professor Dr. Shehzada Bakhtiyar Zahid. I don't think he's here. The next is Dr. Mohammad bin Afsar Jan, Dean of Allied Health Colleges. Madam Silay Ishraq Rahman, Director, Rahman College of Nursing. Dr. Naila Iram Hadi, Director, Research, Rahman Medical Institute. Dr. Naila Iram. Professor Dr. Mukhtiar Zaman, Principal, Rahman Medical College. I don't think he's here. Dr. Aurangzeb, Principal, Rahman College of Nursing. Dr. Bilal Khan, Principal, Rahman College of Rehabilitation Sciences. Dr. Amanullah, Principal, Rahman College of Allied Health Sciences.
It is my pleasure to invite our Dr. Khushbakht Khan, a dedicated oncology researcher and the oncology lead for preclinical and clinical trials at Trials 360 USA. With a PhD from NAS, Dr. Khan's research has focused on identifying oncogenic markers and exploring natural therapeutic options for cancers, offering alternates for chemotherapy. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Khushbakht Khan to the stage.
It is an honor to present tokens of appreciation to these distinguished scholars and professionals from around the globe.
First, we are privileged to honor Professor Anna Malashacheva, a renowned expert in regenerative medicine and molecular biology, whose groundbreaking work continues to redefine the frontiers of stem cell research. Professor Malashacheva, if you could please join us on the stage.
Next, we have Professor Abel Painar, a distinguished scholar in medical ethics and philosophy, known for his thought-provoking work bridging science, ethics, and humanity in healthcare. Sir, if you could please join us. We're also honored to acknowledge Professor Guido Francesco Fumagalli, a leading figure in critical care and internal medicine. Sir, if you could please join us.
And finally, we are pleased to present an award to Dr. David Nocenti, an accomplished researcher and clinician in cardiovascular sciences whose innovative work continues to shape the future of cardiology. We are honored to welcome Dr. David Nocenti, who has just arrived this morning from Italy, and we thank him for joining us despite the long and tiring journey.
I would now like to call Professor Saeed Farooq, an internationally acclaimed psychiatrist and researcher, to please accept this token of appreciation.
Professor Dr. Iftikhar Qayyum is a distinguished medical researcher and educator who has served as the Director of Medical Research at Rahman Medical College. Sir, if you could please come and receive your award. Professor Dr. Ghulam Rasul, the patron of ICHR-25, a leader in dental education and a stalwart advocate of health research in Pakistan, as well as the current principal of RCD. Sir, if you could please receive your award.
I would now like to request the CEO, Mr. Shafiqur Rahman, and Dr. Nasir Ahmed to please come on stage to give the awards to our Honorable Chief Guest and Guest of Honor. I would like to request our Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Dr. Khalid Masood Gondal, to receive a token of appreciation. I would also like our esteemed guest of honor, Professor Dr. Ziaul Haq, to receive a token of appreciation. Now we'd like
We are very thankful to the management of the RMI and the founding chairman and CEO, Professor Mohammad Rahman, for inviting CPSP President and Vice Chancellor Fatima Jinnah Medical University as a chief guest. And as a token of appreciation, I would like Professor Khalid Masood Gondal to present a token and a CPSP souvenir to Professor Mohammad Rahman.
Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us for the opening ceremony of ICHR 2025. Now, for the tea, students with blue ribbons join us on the 8th floor, whereas the guests on the 6th floor, while the guests and speakers with yellow and green ribbons, your tea is on the 8th floor.
Molecular biology. Dr. Ahmed Nasir, Director Research, RCD, Associate Professor Pharmacology, he is already seated. Dr. Saeed Farooq, a distinguished global Health Research Professor at National Institute of Health and Care Research, UK, and Professor of Psychiatry at Kales University. Dr. Ziaul Haq, is he with us? He's a Vice Chancellor and Founding Professor of Public Health. And that's it. Do we have any other person? Oh yes, and Dr. Iftikhar Qayyum, he is a distinguished medical researcher and educator who has also served as a director in medical research at RMC. So I'm going to start my discussion with Dr. Iftikhar. Dr. Iftikhar, you have played a leading role in curriculum reforms. How do you believe that implementation science or translational thinking are integral in medical training? So our future doctors, they are just not some researchers, but they are also change makers. Can you comment on that?
Yes, thank you very much. It's a very important question. Considering that translational research is now here and is going to stay, though there were a lot of obstacles to that and hurdles and objections to that, and still are, but it's going to stay and it's going to be one of the leading forms of research. It offers many advantages, and therefore it's important that we create researchers who are able to do that kind of research. It's a totally different field. The current traditional research curriculum or training does not cater for translational research skills, and that has to be inculcated in the medical curriculum or in the research curricula of colleges and institutes. The traditional one is just based on basic and applied research, but the translational research is a totally different field where you are translating the findings of these two fields into actually making a device or a procedure which is useful for, let's say in our field, the patients at least. So it requires a multidisciplinary approach, it requires acquisition of many other skills, and these have to be taught right from the beginning. So probably in the future we're going to have translational research training and education as part of the undergrad curriculum as well as the postgrad curriculum, where you train specific people who are skilled in the tools of translational research. So that's the way I look at it in future.
In continuation of that, I will also like to ask, what do you think there's one systematic barrier that slows down the impact of medical research and slows down its progress into translational field?
Yeah, again an important question. This is basically the traditional emphasis on the two aspects, the basic and the applied research. Though translational research is a form of applied the translational researchers must, communicate with the traditional researchers as well and stimulate them and or encourage the growth of their skills in translational medicine rather than keeping these three different branches as separate silos. No, it should not be like that. There should be a continuum from basic research all the way to translational research, and they have to be integrated together.
Absolutely. So, Dr. Saeed, I will really like your comment on it as well. As in your presentation, you were saying that scientists, they advise and politicians are the one who decided. So, how can we shorten this gap between the research and policy making?
Thank you for asking this question, and my answer is, I think when you are formulating your research question and you are thinking about the impact, The first thing is you think who are the stakeholders? Who is, say for example, just to put an example, if you're talking about myocardial infarction, ischemic heart disease, who would be the stakeholders? And you have to think the stakeholders from a very wider perspective. Just focusing on the policymakers, what the policymakers do. Policymakers do the legislation. Okay? And one legislation can change the whole landscape. So when you are thinking about the research question, you are thinking, and when you have put your findings, one thing which we have started in our own research is, as we go, we produce policy briefs. At the moment, we are doing, I would say, the largest clinical trial of treatment of depression and tuberculosis, which is going on. And we have just completed the pilot trial, and at the same time, we have produced policy briefs. These policy briefs are then going to the policymakers. And I can tell you, 90% of the time, they will ignore it. That is how, one thing we need to remember, the policymakers have a very small concentration span because they are dealing with 10, 20 other issues in addition to whatever. So work with them, produce the policy briefs, and share with them, involve them, engage them, and produce good data. Tell them, and whenever you are producing the data, produce it for a lay person like a Secretary Health, Director Health, how you can convey. There is no point in telling them that, your intervention has reduced mortality by a p-value of this and that. You have to translate it in simple terms. So communicating in simple terms, producing policy briefs as you go along, and involving them at every stage right from the research question towards the end of your research. And remember, everything will not create an impact, but you will try.
So, Dr. Said, you were also mentioning that there are two sort of impact factors that comes when we do the research, academic and then the educational or social. And we know that when it comes to academic impact factors, they precede the other one, particularly when it comes to publishing in some journals. And I personally believe publishing in journal is not a very good criteria to indicate if the research has a worth or not. So, and we know that several academia people, they are dependent on publications to get their promotions or their career boosts. So how do you think we can limit that? And do you think, do we need a major system reform within Pakistan or globally to minimize this?
Yes, I think this is again a policy question. Generally, there has been shift away from the impact factor. I'm not against the impact factor. It's a good indicator of the quality of your research, how many people read. But the real impact is in terms of how, I put it very simply, how many lives it has touched. That is the real impact. And I think all the institutions in Pakistan, especially, I met, I think, the director of the HEC a few months back, and I talked to them. We need to change. There is a big policy shift we need. First policy shift I think we need is, we need to distinguish between the researchers and the educators. The people who are educating, they are teaching, their performance should be measured in a different way compared to those who are researchers. Because, unfortunately, because of this impact factor, people who are teaching and making a significant contribution, because they do not produce as many papers, and they are doing enormously important work, but that is not measured.
Absolutely.
So in UK, they have two, one is called Research Excellence Framework, by which, I have a research contract. So I'm not, just to give you an example, I think it might prolong the thing. I am a professor in a medical school, but I do not have any teaching responsibility. Okay? Because my contract is what is called research contract. And my evaluation is done by ref.
It's called Research Excellence Framework. It's a whole framework where you are measured, amongst other things, by impact factor, but so many. Then there is called TEF, Teaching Excellence Framework. Now, the teacher's performance is measured by the Teaching Excellence Framework, and there are different metrics for that. So when we mix the two, we do not do the justice with each of them. So I think that policy level change needs to come in Pakistan. The universities, majority of the teachers are just doing the teaching. And there is no shame in that. That is a very important thing. But then their performance needs to be measured by the student satisfaction, by the number of students they succeed, number of the students they get the grades, number of the students who are employed, things like that. And there's a full framework for that. Then those who are researchers, their performance needs to be measured by the research. So unless we have this, I don't, and that is a basic policy change which is needed.
I so agree with you on this one. So Dr. Abel, you have extensively worked on the parameters that are very important in policy making. And you know that you have tried to implement those research findings in different healthcare settings and across different regions. So what similarities and differences you have observed in different regions, and how you can we globalize that procedure? And if we have to implement it, is there a single formula to do it, or we have to take into account the cultural difference parameter as well?
Thank you very much for the question. I think one size fits all never works. If we look at the sustenance of health, we started with the Alma Ata Declaration, and we are now with the Sustainable Development Goals. Why are these issues not working? Is because we don't know the primary focus of any research is the context and the community. Now, coming from Africa and working predominantly in indigenous African communities, this is a very strong reality. And the cycle of research that we developed with the community as partners, because I'm working in community-based participative action research mostly, is that research start in the community, and for the community to have an owning the interventions, they need to determine what interventions they want or what interventions can be adopted within a community. And then again, the whole cycle end in the community. So that is a guideline, but each context differs. Like with the research that we had with Dr. Orang's research, that we used the Jirga, which I also used in my own country in community intervention. It also had a sound acceptance within Pakistan. So within low and middle income countries, there are more similarities than differences. So for community engagement, or rather partnership, education and research, these are the three areas, as my colleague said previously, that we focus on. So for me, it begins in the community and it should end in the community to sustain wellness and health.
Absolutely. So, Dr. Fumagalli, you have recently worked on remass regenerative macrophages cell therapy, and you and your team there, you are actively trying to commercialize it and even are figuring it out at the clinical level. So what do you think, what challenges have you faced when your innovative therapy was moving from bench to clinical applications?
The mission needs is a lot of fantasy. You have to be positive and think positive. But I'm skipping a little bit the question, and I would like to address a more difficult point, is what should a university, what should a clinical center do to stimulate transfer of basic research to the to the belt. And this is a major issue, because what I found is that there are so many ideas around. I have experience in Italy, in Europe, and a little bit in the United States, that should drive research to a more concrete aspect, more consideration toward the patients. And the major difficulty is that we are academics, we are professionals in research and transfer of our methodologies into the head of the student that will be doctor, and therefore they will use the same methodology that we use, because a doctor is a continuous researcher. He looks for symptoms and elaborates a theory that is called diagnosis and test it with an experiment, that is the therapy. And that is exactly the same process that we have in doing research. So the major problem for a basic researcher is to move a little bit from this schema toward something different that shift the focus. The focus must be the delivery of the idea to the patient. And that requires, of course, that we will have a symposium in the afternoon, so I don't go into detail, but it requires passion, attention to the patient, and unfortunately, attention to the money. I said unfortunately because both the chief of the university and the venture capitalists, when they heard that a person has a nice idea that can be translated into drugs or therapy, they immediately elaborate how much they can get in money. And as Dr. Farouk has already said, it's so difficult to balance between what is the interest of the doctor and the patient and what is the interest of the doctor and the politician and the capitalist. So we are the doctors, we are in between, and sometimes we have to switch our mentality, be a little bit more concerned about the production, the final production of the results, which is testing the idea on the patient with a focus, maintaining the focus of the attention on the patient. I guess for the university, a major point is provide facilities, because research in medical field is an expensive stuff. Usually it's also technologically expensive, but it's also expensive in several terms. So it needs space, it needs money, it needs encouragement. Perhaps you could find a balance between teaching and doing research. And if university starts with a spin-off, maybe the person involved in a spin-off may have a reduction in clinical service or in teaching. So provide facilitation, encourage people to make the steps toward an enterprise, which is so difficult from our daily activity that if we don't have any help, we will stop along the way.
So during these processes, one of the challenges that we frequently face are the regulatory bodies. So how do you suggest that we overcome that? Similarly, funding is another important element when it comes to translating a research from lab for people benefit. So how this can be addressed?
Funding is the major issue in research. And in my life, I've seen so many people very good at getting money and doing poor research. And there are also people who do nice research, good research, and also are able to get money. I guess from the starting point is that we should make clear who is giving the money and for what purpose. Academic, and meaning academic, I intend public money, should be asked for and should be given for basic research. I mean, that kind of research, which might be interested or not, but that's a second point, but which is not finalized from the starting. You want to start the genome of a Drosophila, has no meaning for a human being. We are not flying, but the advantage for the diagnosis, for the identification of mutation has been so great that we now can appreciate how studies on Drosophila can be used in the future and have be an application. But the point is, basic research should be funded by public institutions, university, ministry, whatever you have in your country. There is a second step. When you have something which is related to a disease, the major funder should be the association of patients or something which is related to the association of patients. I give you an example that we have in Italy. The major funder of research in Italy is named Teleton, and is supporting research for the cure of genetic diseases. So it is clear, the frame is clear, genetic disease therapy. At that level, patient association, other associations that are very common are cancer association. Those will support studies related to cancer. Then there is a final step. When you do have a therapy, or at least you have very good preclinical evidence to have a potential therapy, then it becomes very expensive first, because clinical trials are always very expensive, and also is connected to the requirement of getting money. And for this, there are specific associations which are called venture capitalists or something like that, that can provide big amount of money. Of course, as probably everybody who has learned a little bit of pharmacology knows that the major problem for a drug company is that 99% of its trials fail. So the giving money for a drug has 99 probability to be a loss of money. In return, they expect a great amount of advantage. Those are three steps different for getting money. Basic research, to start with, is public. It's a problem of the politicians. And this is a point that the politicians do not have in mind, that basic research is the driving force for applied research and application of results as a therapy. But for those two further steps, do not look for university, look for patient association first, look for venture capitalists. And it's a major task, a major difficult task for every kind of research to have money and political support.
Absolutely, and this is really a helpful suggestion, and I wish we can implement it across the globe. So, Dr. Anna, you have extensively working in regenerative medicine field, and you have recently worked on generating iPSCs from patients with rare genetic disorders like Singleton-Merten syndrome. So how do you envision your research from translating from a cell model to a clinical applications?
Thank you for this important question. So this model is, the singleton Merton syndrome is a model for us of pathological classification. And we have basic interest as a basic scientist how the classification occurs. And this model will allow us to elucidate some critical molecular mechanisms towards understanding the common pathology which affects a lot of people, calcification of aortic valve or calcification of vessels. So this pure basic research will, I believe, will give us an idea how this is regulated at the cellular level, and this will help us to understand the common law, common biological processes that are lying behind the pathological classification. And so I believe that this research will lead us to understanding and to finding clues to therapy of pathological classification. But this is very, very basic research, and this is very good example when basic research could be very useful in understanding common pathology which is demanded in the society.
We have also observed that you are integrating multiple disciplines when it comes to your research. Particularly, you have integrated proteomics and stem cell models in your cardiovascular and skeletal biology researches. So what do you think will be the future of personalized regenerative medicine, and how important international collaborations are in accelerating its implementation globally?
So I personally think that, well, I'm not alone. I suggest that we are just in the start of the journey. We are in the very, very beginning. We are just trying to understand how the cell works in the surroundings, in the niches, and we are trying immediately to apply this to clinics. And this is first very dangerous and very tempting. I think that we need still a lot of years before us and before we fully understand this. But from the other hand, we know examples when it works. There are some trials in cardiology. There are trials dealing with diabetes, with type 1 diabetes, where cellular therapy works and works well, and this stem cell biology works. So this gives us hope that maybe in our life we will see the development of these therapies.
Absolutely. So, Dr. Nasir, when it comes to your background, it is very interesting. You were first a researcher and now you have shifted to a clinical side. What changes you have observed, and how important do you think that these two fields should be integrated, and how it can support implementations of discoveries in the real time?
Thank you, Dr. Khushbakht. First, I would like to correct, I am still in basic sciences and I love molecular science, but the shifting toward the clinical sciences because, you know, the theme of the conference is from discovery to impact. We always talk about the translational research, translating research. So if I give you examples, in Pakistan, we have lot of universities, lot of scientists are working very well and they are publishing in the very good journals. Where the problem lies? Problem is we are not focused on the translating these findings to our community, in our practice. Sorry. So biggest problem is to translate our findings to the community. As Professor Said Farooq said, we need to think how our research will touch the lives. If it's not touching the lives, it's not benefiting the humanity, so for what we are doing research. So our universities are publishing thousands of publications annually. We have very good universities. If I give you an example of the ICHR-25 University, if I Qaid-e-Azam University, even Khyber Medical University, they are doing fantastic research. They have very good impact factor publications. So, but the problem is even I teach my, our students, Nowadays, its paradigm is changing. People are thinking impact factor is, journal are biased, they have interest to increase their impact factor, but this is not the real indicator of someone's house good scientist or scholar. Now things are moving on the how citations do you have, how H index do you have, so things are moving on that side, because once someone is having more citations, it means her work is more important to the others. So it will going to touching the life of the humanity. So I think translation research, so main thing for translation is to have this kind of events. You know why? Because we need bridging from the basic sciences, clinical sciences, all the disciplines. So integration of all healthcare profession is key step, I think, toward this.
Thank you, Dr. Nasir. You know, what you have said in all this translation communication is a key. So I'm going to circle back to Dr. Abel, as he has an extensive work on non-verbal communication. So I will like to take your comments, Dr. Abel, on how important non-verbal communication is when it comes to clinical reasoning or implementation of any policy.
Thank you. I think coming from a low and middle income country, and especially growing up in an indigenous community, non-verbal or minimal verbal communication is very important. An example that I would like to make is, and maybe you have not observed, I've observed it from the outside, how Pakistanis say yes. It's not the movement of the head from up and down, but it's rather a slight tweak of the head. Now, if I'm appraising that from a Western perspective, I might think you disagree. But for this context, it makes sense. I've worked in India, and when someone agrees with you in India, they have the constant shaking of the head side by side, but they're actually agreeing with you. So nonverbal communication determines how a message is translated and how a message is accepted. So it's in Africa, we actually stay robotically silent when we are concentrating in what is happening. So when one implements research, it's important to know those nuances of non-verbal communication vis-a-vis verbal communication, because we know that it's a fact that we communicate more than 65% non-verbally. So that is the first step. How we enter a room, how we make contact. We use it a lot in public speaking, we use it in education, but for implementing research, especially in a community context that need it, it's important to understand the nonverbal nuances of that community, what is accepted or acceptable and what is not accepted in a community. So that is very, very important. And it's actually very exciting for me to move from context to context and understand the nuance difference in order to, because I'm in knowledge generation, theory generation, as well as implementation, to understand how contextually should we develop a product or an interaction or program in order to be acceptable in that particular community. Because the application can be universal, but the adaptation is contextual.
So in continuation of what you are saying, Dr. Iftikhar, I would like your comments on when it comes to funding, we allocate a huge portion on the discovery phase, but very little when it comes to its implementation. Do you think we should strategize the funds allocation? And if we want to do it, how can we do it?
All right. That's why I said initially that when you are actually doing research, to me at any level, I don't differentiate three categories, because I agree basic research has to be done, and a good example is COVID. We knew about the COVID virus long time somewhere around 1930s and 40s, we already had the virus and we knew what it was. And people say, oh, this is just, a waste of time. You just, put something in a library, in a viral library, and it's there. It has no use. But when the COVID came, that particular data was used to make the vaccines and to do all the research. So there's no separation to me of these three different branches, as we call them. They're all tied together. So that means funding should not be, given only to one particular field. Funding should be given to a project which has the full impact for the community as well. And of course, you cannot predict the future, but every piece of knowledge is important, at least for researchers. Every piece of knowledge is important. We don't know where it will apply at some stage. So the discrepancy should not be there that we focus only on the basics, right? Basics is you're finding out something new, that's it. But then what to do with it is the important thing. So that kind of a understanding is important. That if there's something which we call like the low-hanging fruits, something that can be immediately applied or implemented in the community as part of, say, translational research or even applied research, yes, go ahead and do it. But then don't neglect the basics as well, because that is where you generate your knowledge and that at some stage can be applied elsewhere. So that multidisciplinary team which I was talking about should have a financial expert and a marketing expert as an integral part of the team right from the beginning. And that's where you can evaluate and give a high impact, profile to your research. Is it properly marketable and how to market it? What is the strategy for that? And then once you're doing that, the financial expert will tell you how to obtain the funds, and then he or she will be able to contact the funding agencies and convince them together with the marketing person that this is something which should be funded. It's not my job as a researcher. I'm in a lab. I do not know how to communicate with a marketing agency or with a financial funding agency. I can just apply for a grant for a fund, but I'm not sure that I'll get it. All these fields are now specialized, and it's, I think, in a way foolish to do research in isolation. So right away, right when you are doing a project, at that stage, you must think of the full impact of it as a researcher. Even as a young researcher, when you're learning, pick up a project and think, what is it, how is it going to apply later on to people? And then develop that entire pipeline of having somebody who is going to implement it, whether it's a politician or whoever, but that person is the one who will implement it later on, and it will be useful for the people. So in that case, then the funding thing will probably get lessened. The obstacles to funding will be lessened if we have that kind of an approach.
Thank you. So we have just 2 minutes left in concluding this conversation, and Dr. Zia and Ziaul Haq and Dr. Khalid Masood has also joined. So I will take your quick remarks. So Dr. Khalid, how important do you think it is to integrate research training programs in graduate degrees?
I think integration is a very important component. The competency-based medical education, we have to integrate first the instructional strategies with the curriculum, with the training framework, with the monitoring, and with evaluation. If you develop a research culture in undergraduate, probably this will continue in the postgraduate medical education. So that's very important. My department of community medicine, and same is the case with Professor Zia, they are looking after the research of quality standard at undergraduate level. I think we will see few examples from Fatima Janah Medical University having the paper in the Impact Fact Journal related to the research. And one final thing, as far as College of Physician and Surgeon is concerned, where we feel that quality and standard is a very important in the research. We had initially the dissertation, and gradually there was a progress. The research paper was retrospective, prospective, then synopsis. Then we felt there is an element of compromise quality and standard, element of plagiarism is there. Now we have shifted to the original research paper with 4 blockage. First, the research workshop is important for all the postgraduate trainee with pre-test and post-test. If in the pre-test they are getting 75% marks, they will sit in the workshop. If post-test they are getting 75% marks, they will get the certificate. One thing. Second, synopsis and its approval. Third, in the talk station, One of the important stations will be relevant to the research. Then finally the publication of the paper. And I am the chair of the General Committee of Pakistan Medical and Dental Council, where we see the quality of the journal, and the paper will be accepted only if that journal is recognized by HEC and Pakistan Medical and Dental Council. And that is the responsibility of obviously the editorial board to see the quality and standard. And again the college will finally recheck on a talk station in final summation, final summative assessment in the talk station. The examiner will ask about the research paper, its like the authorship, its the detail, whether there is some gift author. So quality and standard maintenance is the most important factor as far as College of Physicians Surgeons in Pakistan is concerned, and that starts from the undergraduate level. So that is our responsibility, and I think hats off to Professor Rasul and this institution for holding the conference on this very important topic. Thank you, and thank you very much.
So I will conclude this session by asking a last question from Dr. Zia. Dr. Zia, what advice would you give to young researchers who are passionate about making their work truly impactful?
Sir, the advice, I think all the distinguished panelists has already spoken on this. Now we have many clinicians, many basic scientists. Like few years ago, like 10 years ago or 20 years ago, if somebody applied for a position, it only 1 or 2 or 3 people. Now if you advertise the position, you will get 150 applicants with FCPS, with MRCP, and other. So the only thing which distinguishes you, which makes you employable, that is the research. That I think, and the quality research, not only the research, we see people, the students who have 8 or 10 papers. So then we penalize the student that come and, so don't accept guest authorship, missionary authorship. Do the genuine research. If you have only 1 or 2 papers which you understand and how you have done it, I think that will be enough for you. And without this, previously it was an added advantage, now it's mandatory, will not be able to survive. I'm telling you, will not be able to survive being a good researcher along with whatever your specialty is. And it's right start from, Professor Gunda said, right start from the medical schools. If you don't develop that attributes, if you don't inculcate in your working environment, I see a huge problem for you. This is not a requirement now, it's a mandatory thing to do it. Thank you very much.
एक बात थोड़ी सी आखिर में जो मैं मैसेज देना चाह रहा था, तो टाइम बहुत कम है, जुमे की नमाज भी है, तो ये यंगस्टर जितने बैठे हैं, I have delivered 1 lecture on the research, जिसमें टॉपिक है फ्रॉम डेस्टिनेशन टू द ओरिजिनल रिसर्च पेपर. खालिद एम गोंदल यूट्यूब के चैनल पे वो मैंने अपलोड किया हुआ है, वो ज़रूर सुनिएगा. नंबर 1. नंबर 2, रिसर्च गेट एक गूगल अकाउंट है, आप अपना अकाउंट बनाइएगा. आपका H इंडेक्स डेवलप होना शुरू हो जाएगा फ्रॉम अंडर ग्रेजुएट. जब APSR के इंटरव्यू के लिए आप जाएंगे, H इंडेक्स के साथ आपकी ऐसे सिलेक्शन हो जाएगी. That is the start of research culture once you make your account on research account, research gate. Thank you.
I will just add, sorry taking long. Professor Bhutta was here yesterday. We were discussing something in the UK. You will see that people who are doing MBBS and BDS, they gave another 1 year. So with MBBS, you also have masters as well. So I think this is something we should work at the PMDC level and the university level. If we add 1 year or maybe 2 or 3 years, so the time will come, then the people who will be graduating at 26, 27 years, they will have PhD and they will have MBBS. So it's something that important for all of us who make it.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the audience and their interest. Unfortunately, it's Friday prayer. Otherwise, this whole panel will remain for 3 days, except Professor Nasir Gondal Sahab. Professor Zia Sahab is here in Peshawar, so we will request him again and again. So we can continue collaboration, continuation discussion, and I really appreciate the still audience and still interest of the participants. But unfortunately, it's prayer time, and after prayer, inshallah, there will be lunch. And 2 o'clock, we will be having first plenary session. Please join us at 2 o'clock. Thank you so much.
Sir, before
Sir, before we proceed for the lunch, we would like to call Dr. Abdul Janan on the stage for a few words. No, you can. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Khushbak. Thank you so much. क्या सर? अच्छा.
और पिक्चर वाली बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम पिक्चर भी साथ हो रहा है और साथ ही really it's a great honor for me being ABC literate that I am amongst these honorable delegates. It's a great honor for the whole province that we are having Professor Khalid Masood Gundar amongst us and Professor Dr. Ziaul Haq Sahab, the Vice Chancellor of KMU. On behalf of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and especially the tribal district, I have brought a very humble but a very precious tradition turban to be presented to the worthy Professor Khalid Masood Gundar Sahab in recognition of his and his outstanding team, outstanding services for the College of Physician and Surgery. Really, we have no words. जैसा कि खालिद साहब ने कह दिया कि हमारे जो जज्बात का वो होता है ना, जज्बात जो होते हैं उसका जो एक्सप्रेशन होता है ये इंग्लिश में अच्छा नहीं लगता है हमारे उर्दू में, लेकिन चूँकि हम पठान पख्तून है इसलिए मैं ये कहूँगा कि हमारे जज्बात का एक्सप्रेशन होता है मैं पश्तो में करना चाहता हूँ. कहते हैं कि स्ताद खाइस गुलू नडीर दी स्ताद खाइस गुलू नडीर दी जुलाई मतंगा जबकुम कुम टोलावमा. So with this, I would like to present clip with this. Stad Khais Golina did Khalid Masood Gundala, Ziaul Haq, Professor Rahman Sahab, Mung the Khais, Mung the Stad the Khais Golina did the Mung Hoderi Tangiri, the Kunkum Guluna Tolawama. Allah Ta'ala Mar in Asasunku, Kamiabo, Kamian Raki, Wamalaina illa Bala. A huge credit for Professor Khalid Masood Gundala Sahab. I also appreciate Professor Rasul for his outstanding services, and really I appreciate you. I would like to present capes to Professor Ziaul Haq Sahab and to Rasul Sahab as well in recognition of their outstanding services.
Thank you, everyone. The remaining sessions will be continuing after the lunch break, and it is requested that all the guests and speakers with the green ribbons are directed towards the 8th floor for the special guest lounge. Thank you, everyone. See you after the lunch break.
Hello, check one, hello. Hi? Hello. हेलो आइए
design a collaborative frameworks, and then afterwards implement pilot projects, and then try to monitor and look for the outcome and refine it, and then do actual implementation. Otherwise, if we are going to just come up with a framework and then go and make the policies and then implement those policies, we hardly will have opportunity to give a change. So pilot projects and pilot testing is so much important to be able to test whether whatever intervention the researchers and the research is suggesting is appropriate. So tool and technologies to support collaboration, definitely EHR, one of a very well-known system happening in Pakistan by government and many other private institutions. We need to start thinking of utilizing it. And then we have so much research registries available. We need to start looking at it. What are the data? What kind of people are becoming patient? And what are the predicting factors? What are the predictors? And then manage our patients and population accordingly so that maximum utilization of the research registries are taking place. We do have a lot of AI-powered data analysis platforms, and which has been basically generated by AI. We could use that with so much of data available for us to be able to do that. And clinicians and researchers need to look at it together. It's not doable that both of them are looking at separately, because the utilization and integration will not take place. There are so much virtual collaboration platforms available, and then people should start talking with each other to be able to come up with the proper research question, and then conduct actual research and then apply it for not only the sustainability, but also for the improvement. As I said earlier, training and capacity building need to be done. It is so much important that researchers should be conducting a lot of workshops with the clinicians, but they should not be thinking that clinicians know nothing. They have to work together as partners. So research and clinicians are partners for each other. And then they come up, they learn from each other. They go for different rotations together. And then they should also come up with some kind of fellowships, cross-training programs, and write down grants together for the shared fellowships and all. Through this, a lot of communication will improve, right? And as soon as communication will improve, we will definitely be having no issues of having the collaboration. Today, collaboration is no longer optional. It's essential. We have to go for it. We have no choice left with it. It requires a structure, definitely support, and mutual commitment, not only by the researchers and clinicians, but also by the institutions. If they will come up their mutual values and beliefs, if they jot down what are their goals, what is their vision and mission, based on that, they can come up with the right structure and tools, and they could also go for collaborative thrives together. So together, researchers and clinicians can drive meaningful change. Uniting both sides will shape the future of the health. With that note, thank you very much. If any one of you is having any comment or anything you would like to discuss, please contact the organizers. They are having my contact details. They will share the information with me, and I will be able to respond to you as soon as I will receive the question from you. Thank you very much, and good luck with the entire conference. I'm sure this conference will bring in a lot of impactful change, not only within the clinicians, researchers, but also the patients. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thank you, Dr. Tazeen Ali, for your insightful presentation. Our next speaker is Dr. Huma Sethi, an accomplished neurosurgeon with extensive clinical and academic experience. A graduate of Khyber Medical College, she trained in neurosurgery in London and has spent over 15 years as a consultant neurosurgeon at the National Hospital of Neurology and Neurosurgery, London. She has held key leadership roles as Training Program Director of Neurosurgery in North Thames and Regional Director for Royal College of Surgeons, and actively contributes to National Neurosurgery Selection and FRCS exams. Today, she'll present her talk titled Clinical Trials as Translational Tools, Moving Innovations into Patient Care. Please welcome Dr. Huma Sethi. and actively contributes to national neurosurgery selection and FRCS exams. Today, she'll present her talk titled Clinical Trials as Translational Tools Moving in a...
Thank you very much for inviting me to present my research project, and we will see the slides soon. So while we are waiting for the slides, I can give you a brief introduction. I work as a neurosurgeon, and one of my interests in the field is to deal with brain tumors. One of the brain tumors, which is a fatal brain tumor, is glioblastoma. And today I will discuss a new trial which we are doing there, and is called the Citadel trial for glioblastoma. Next slide, please. Okay. So in this picture, you can see, in the lower slide, you can see a tumor which is white and black, and it's on both sides of the brain. And this tumor is called glioblastoma. Get the new slide. Okay, while we are waiting for the slides, I will just stop it. Just go back. Go one slide down. One more. The other way. Stop. Next one. Just slow down. Okay. So in this trial, our principal investigator is an oncologist called Professor Paul Mulholland. He's called Professor Paul Mulholland, and he is principal investigator for the trial, and we have got a team associated. So the next slide will show you a photo of the team. So here we have got a team, and one of the most important members of the team you can see in the picture with a mask, and that is actually the patient. This patient had a recurrent glioblastoma, and he was told that his lifespan is very limited. Most people with this tumor die within 15 months after surgery, radiotherapy, and chemotherapy. So when his tumor came back, despite all these treatments, he knew that the road ahead is death. And he tried to explore new options. And one of the new trials, which we have just started, in fact, last year in August 2024, is called the Citadel trial. And basically what the trial involves is that we do an operation, and in cavity of that tumor, we put a little tube, and that tube is connected to a little port which is put under the skin. Once we have done that, the patient then goes to the Department of Nuclear Medicine, and over there we inject a particular medicine through that reservoir directly into the tumor cavity. The medicine itself is made of two parts. So the glioblastoma cells have got a particular protein which is called PARP, and we have labeled it with radioiodine. So when we inject that medicine, this particular protein, which is against the protein of glioblastoma cells, it takes the radioiodine directly to the glioblastoma rather than going anywhere else in the brain. Now this medicine is made in Amsterdam, And the average cost of the medicine just for 2 meals was 5,000 pounds. Then it was transported by a plane the night before to be injected the next morning in London to a patient. So each week, the patient had this particular medicine injected, and the plan was to give him 6 doses at 6 weeks intervals. The trial itself is a phase 1 trial. And the phase 1 trial is a trial where we just want to make sure, is this medicine safe, and what are the side effects of the medicine? And once we establish, then there is another trial, phase 2 trial, where effectiveness of the medicine is tested, and that is the phase 3, where we see in more detail the effectiveness of medicine, the side effects, and compare it with standard treatments. This particular medicine was tested only in mice before. So you can imagine when you have a first patient who goes for this medicine, how nervous I was that I'm going to inject something in somebody which has been tested in mice. But obviously we had to consent the patient beforehand. So this man who is right in the middle with the mask, he's the patient, and he said, if this treatment does not benefit me, it will benefit someone else. I'll go for it. And I told him before everything, anything can happen, and he said yes. So I think that is the biggest thing from a patient to say, like to have that sort of mentality. Next slide, please. So he is that patient, and this is the photo he took himself in the recovery room 1 hour after his operation. So before his operation, he made this mask himself for him, and he's writing, he texted me with his photo to say, mouse number 1 reporting, thank you. So you can see the spirit this patient had before he went for the trial. Next slide, please. And here is the picture. So once we have done the operation, you can see a butterfly needle. That butterfly needle is going to a small port which is under the skin. And then through that port, we injected about 2 to 3 mils of that medicine. Next slide, please. In the nuclear medicine department, we did the scans after we injected the medicine. And you can see here in that picture the yellow thing and then the blue thing. So the yellow circle is the place where he had maximum tumor, and blue is the areas where this tumor is there but in less volumes. So you can see this medicine goes to all those areas, and that protein took the medicine exactly where the tumor cells were. Next slide, please. Here is another picture, and you can see in that picture a blue area where there's less tumor. You can see an orange, there was a lot of tumor. And inside you can see a little tube, a little white thing. And then you can see a little reservoir which is at the top, close to the skin. So this is a reservoir which goes into the tumor cavity. Next slide, please. We had some encouraging results for this patient. So on one side, you can see that the tumor, if you see here, in the 2 pictures, you can see that the tumor regressed, and we were very happy that, oh my God, the tumor has regressed. And then, of course, because the dose we were giving the patient was a very small dose, so it's not a great dose we gave to those patients. In the subsequent scans, his tumor recurred, and then obviously we were limited by the trial because we could not give more than 6 doses. So the trial was only for 6 doses. Next slide, please. Anyway, this is a picture of the hospital, and you saw the team. So we have got so far recruited 4 to 5 patients in this particular trial, which is called the Citadel trial. So far, we did not have any side effects in the patients where we injected the medicine, and they did not have any particular toxicities. So the medicine is safe, but the question is, we have to increase the dose of the protein which goes against the protein of glioblastoma, plus the dose of radioiodine. And once it's established, we can get further. So hopefully we will have some more patients for our trial in the UK, and then there are more trials for glioblastoma, and the other trial which will be immunotherapy trial. And one day, hopefully, we will find the cure for this dreadful illness. Thank you. Any questions? Oh, and then.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kumar. Our next speaker is Dr. Naila Iram Hadi, a distinguished academic researcher and medical educationist. With over 20 years of experience holding a PhD in pathology, she has played a leading role in advancing research and education at many institutions. Currently, the Director of Research at Rahman Medical Institute, Dr. Naila has mentored numerous postgraduate students and received the HEC Best University Teacher Award. Today, she will present on the transformative topic, integrating genomics and personalized medicine into translational research. Please welcome her.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon to all of you. The topic this particular topic is a bit of an overview of how we can integrate genomics and personalized medicine into translational research. So, Rumesa, ye change nahi ho raha. I think many of you will be familiar with the different omic technologies that are nowadays being, I think, multi-omic technologies that are in vogue nowadays, and are a lot of research is going in this particular. Ye nahi change ho raha mujhse. Okay, so this is the ACCME disclosure statement. You know that this particular conference is being accredited by ACCME. Okay, so I've just tried to, for a better understanding, I've put it into 3 sections of genomics, and then personalized medicine and translational research. So first of all, just a few words regarding genomics, as most of you will be familiar with. This particular project, this run by International HapMap Consortium, this was a groundbreaking research in which about more than 1 million single nucleotide polymorphisms were discovered. And this was the basis for the genomic research that was later on carried out, because all the genome-wide association studies are based upon this particular research. Next slide. Now, when we say genomics, it's basically an interdisciplinary field, meaning that it's not a single field, but it is comprising of molecular biology, genetics, bioinformatics. Okay, so the focus is on the whole genome rather than on single gene. And this is its basic difference from genetics, which is on single genes, while in genome, you're looking at the whole genome overall. It also is responsible for mapping and sequencing in order to find out the structure. The whole genome structure can be found out if we do this mapping and sequencing. Functional analysis in order to see how these different genes interact with each other and how they interact with the environment. Evolutionary genomics, it's said that the genes keep on evolving, that there is an evolution going on and they will keep on changing over a period of time. There are different applications of genomics that, as you see over here, that we see that paternity testing, genetic testing, compatibility testing, fingerprinting, and you can see that there's a whole, a larger section indicating that now it is getting integrated into personalized medicine as well. And when we say, when we talk about genomics, we know that we need to understand the structure of the genome first, then the function of the genome. There is also a field of epigenomics in which we study about the structural modifications, like, for example, histone modifications or demethylation. Similarly, in addition to that, there is another field known as metagenomics, in which we study about the genome of the community, like, for example, genome of the microbiomes that are within our body, or microbes that are present in the soil, or microbes in the ocean. Then we have another field that is known as comparative genomics. Next slide, in which we can compare the genome of the different species. And beach make slide. When we compare the genome of the different species, we can see this is the similarity that they've shown between the different species, as you see. But interesting in this particular slide is that if you look at the lower statement, it's written that genes, this difference is only in 2% of the genes, which means that if there is a 50% difference between two species, it means that only 1% of genes are different. Now, what is this? What does it mean? It means that 2% genes are the ones that code for proteins. All the rest of the genes are non-coding genes, and they usually they take care of the structure of the DNA. They take care of the regulatory functions. Okay, so that is the reason. Personalized medicine, there are different names used for personalized medicine, like individualized medicine, precision medicine, and as the name indicates, you can very well understand that what does it mean? That it is a medicine, if you define it, it combines the patient genomic information with their family history, lifestyle, environment, factors to make a better prediction, not about only about their risk for disease, but also about diagnosis, prognosis, treatment strategies, the target treatment therapies. So you can very well see over here that personalized medicine, you will have medicine for each and every person as a whole, or an individual as a whole, rather than treating all the patients in the same way, like one drug being prescribed for one patient and everyone is taking the same drug. That is the concept of personalized medicine, that it leverages the genomic information to move away from a one-size-fits-all approach to healthcare, that one medicine might not be of the same benefit to all the different individuals. So that is the reason when we say that where the personalized medicine, what are the different applications of personalized medicine, the most, you can say, most used, or mostly it is usually applicable to cancer treatment. Okay? And similarly also for anticoagulant dosing or drug allergen testing, but cancer treatment is the most, you can say the most. Next slide, please. Okay. Now this is NIH, National Institute of Health in US, made this precision medicine initiative, and there are some short-term goals and some long-term goals. The short-term goal is that they say that the precision medicine, expanding precision medicine in the area of cancer research, that is the short-term goal. Whereas the long-term goals are that they will then also target or bring in precision medicine to other fields of healthcare. So they will also apply it to other fields. Next. Okay, so when we say genomics and personalized medicine, like I already told you, that we will understand the genetic predisposition of an individual. In that way, it will help us in preventing diseases. Similarly, it can improve diagnosis as well as prognosis of the individuals. And optimize treatment strategies by working upon these different fields, like pharmacogenomics is an evolving field which involves a study regarding genetics, pharmacology, and also genomics, which is focused on the genomes. And targeted therapies and predictive medicine. This is an example of personalized medicine. If you look at this chart that has been made for a patient, pain medication that are being made for a patient, you would see that the red blocks indicate that these are the medicines that should not be taken by this person. The yellow one shows that this is the medicine that he can use, but the most effective medicines would be the ones in the green blocks, but those should also be taken after consultation with the doctor and with a pharmacist. Okay, a lot of there are many books written on genomics, personalized medicine, and a few years back, they were regarded as science fiction. But now when you study these books, you can say that whatever was written in these books is now coming true, like mitochondrial function, the function of mitochondria is directly related to aging. Similarly, Play On is a very interesting book which tells you that how athletes keep themselves fit and going for, they can stay fit for longer periods of time, working on which. Similarly, longevity code, in which you would, they worked upon commented on the vaccine therapy, on stem cells, on CRISPR proteins, and how they are applicable to different personalized medicine. However, it is a good field, but there are, as usual, there are certain ethical considerations which have to be kept in mind in order to, if we want to adopt this particular field. The most important is privacy. Now, who is going to own, control, and access your genomic information? Because it is a vast amount of data. The data is so much that it is very difficult to keep hold of that data. So who will do that? Cost. Who is going to pay for testing? Because insurance companies usually do not pay for these. Then designer babies. Designer babies, like for example, you want to design a baby with certain eye color or certain physical characteristics that you would want in your child to be present. Germline editing, but in designer babies, these will not be transmitted into the next generation, as opposed to germline editing, which is done in an embryo, and which whatever changes you bring about in that will be transferred to will be heredited. Then find access primarily to those who can afford it. So again, it becomes a bit of a, you can say, discrepancy, that it can only be accessed by those who can, who have money, or who can do it. Next slide. This is another ethical issue in which, like I told you, that it's such an enormous amount of data that you anonymize the data. That is a requirement for any ethical study, but during the course of the study, it might become de-anonymized or re-identified data. So that is a very important ethical issue again. Like I've already, when we combine genomic with personalized medicine, like I already told you, these are the examples of how we can use it for prevention or pre-symptomatic risk assessment. For example, BRCA testing for breast cancer, or Lynch syndrome for hereditary colon cancer. Similarly, we can use it for diagnosis in beta thalassemia or breast cancer, leukemia. Different gene expression profiles of breast cancer can be studied with the help of it. We can use it for prognosis of certain diseases, like finding out trinucleotide repeats, which predicts severity for Fragile X syndrome. Similarly, we can do gene expression signatures and profiles for breast cancer with the help of this, and which are prognostic in nature. And we can also study the prognosis of lymphoma through it. Then in treatment and pharmacogenomics, it also has a role in which we can use it for all these different types of diseases. I just, for breast cancer, like I told you that gene expression profiles of breast cancer can be studied through it. For example, MammaPrint. This was a decade-long trial by the name of MINDACT, which was carried out, and there is a phase 3 study recently done in 2022, in which there was a 17 gene profile done for these patients, and they predicted risk of distant metastasis in node-negative patients. Similarly, a 76 gene prognostic signature is also available, and an Oncotype DX, which is 21 gene recurrence score for these patients as well. So with Oncotype DX, there is was used in a trial known as TaylorX, and you can see that the Oncotype DX assay was done on the basis of which you would identify the patients in which hormonal therapy could be carried out. Next. So when we come to the translational research, next. We know, we know that these are the T phases of the translational research. Like already Dr. Homa told us about T1, T2, and T3, and T4, that they are phase 1 trial or phase 2, phase 3, or phase 4 trials. Okay? And you can see that the translational research, it starts from the basic sciences, and it can end up into translating into the clinical research at the bedside, patient's bedside. So the most important clinical potential of translational genomics is biomarker identification. And biomarkers are used for prognosis, for diagnosis, for, you can see that the most important biomarker studies are seen in cancer treatment. And here we can see that more than 1/3 of the cancer clinical studies in oncology are on biomarkers. Next. Okay, this is the last slide, in which it's just a comparison of what is done today and what should be done when we integrate precision or personalized medicine into our setup by 2030. So you can see very well that there will be a predictive or customized care for each individual. There will be genetic screening done so that you early in life to provide individual risk profiles, then early intervention before symptoms appear in individuals, then the right treatment is provided first. Personalized treatments maximize efficacy and avoid side effects and are cost effective. Okay. So this was just the start. At the start, my topic was integrating genomics. So when a patient comes to you, you have many omic technologies, but if you're integrating genomics into personalized medicine and going on to translational research. So you can see that you can come up with biomarker discovery, you can do drug target identification, disease diagnosis and classification, or drug response reactions. So ultimately leading to. Okay, so I think I've more or less told you all about this, that there is extraordinary progress in genome and we need to cash upon it and we need to integrate it into personalized medicine. In the past decade, translation of genetics to personalized medicine provides a roadmap, which I've already shown you, that what is predicted for 2030. And commercial genomic testing lab as well as genomic-based pharmaceutical companies will require this foundation to obtain reimbursement for medical services. So there is a lot to go, but still, we are on the, if we start doing it, of course, we'll approach the end also. These are the references. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Naila, for such an insightful talk. Our next speaker is Dr. Iftikhar Qayyum, a pioneer in medical research and education and former director of medical research at Rahman Medical College, Peshawar. With a PhD in human genetics, he has led groundbreaking work in genetics and cancer, including NIH-funded projects in the USA. He played a key role in establishing the Department of Medical Research at RMC and the Pathology Research Lab at Ayub Medical College. At Rahman Medical Institute, he helped launch the Center of Genomic Sciences and the Kidney Transplant Program and served as a founding president of the Genomic Society of Pakistan. He has also contributed extensively to research journal development. Today, he shares his insight in the talk titled Reflections on Translational Research, Are We Good Translators? Please welcome him.
Thank you. And of course, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me. What I'm going to present is a little bit didactic because I think there's a lot of students here and this is a relatively new field, so we should be aware of what we are looking at. And the second important thing is that it's a good practice to reflect on what we have done so far. So that's why I thought since the translational research and translational medicine is undergoing a few challenges, we should look into this and see where we are and what we should be doing for the future. So let's see. Doesn't work. Okay, so that's disclosure I made just simply on my own. It's not from any particular site. Okay, and no, this is going the reverse direction. Okay, it's in reverse direction. Okay, so I thought we would start with some basic terms. Although I particularly, in my personal opinion, I think we should not classify research into these, silos. It's a process which is meant to solve a problem. And to me, that means until the problem is solved, your research has not stopped. And you have to see if the problem is solved, then that is meaningful research. So you start with a very small step, which is to see what is it that I can do to solve this problem, and you proceed along the way, and then you actually apply it to the problem and see if it is solved or not. So in that sense, I've just said one of the fields is innovation, where you pick up some new knowledge to solve the problem, and then you apply it or you use it to see if it solves the problem or not. And for translational research, I use the term shortcut. These are my own terms. It's not something from any other source. Why shortcut? Because we are not doing all those previous steps. We are already making use of things which have already been done, but synthesizing them in a way that now we can, through a shorter period of time, and hopefully with lesser resources, we can solve that problem. Okay? So this has been done repeatedly throughout human history, and I'll just show you some examples. So you can look at that. That's the formal definition. The important thing is equivalent meaning. And I think that you all know that unless you are good at translating things, you are going to end up giving a wrong message to the end person. Okay? So if it's a different language from one language to the other, you must be very good at translating the exact meaning. And that's why we say, are we good translators or not? Are we really justified in undertaking translational research? Have we reached that level of understanding of basics? Do we understand the cell completely? Do we understand how the genes function completely? Despite that lack of knowledge, we are already rushing into applying it and going for cures and translational research in translational medicine. Genes are very, very complex. You cannot just take a single gene and say, I worked on this gene and this is the cure for this. If I block this gene or if I unblock this gene, there will be a cure. It's not as simple as that. So it requires a much broader understanding of the basics, and that's why the bedrock of translational research is the basics. The other two, applied and translational, are just judicious use of that basic knowledge to see whether it will actually solve that problem or not. ठीक है, ये आपने concept इस पे रखना है. Okay, so I say it's not something new. And Dr. Jane Goodall gave us this particular insight. Animals have been doing that. So what is the basic knowledge that this chimp has? It has observed the behavior of ants. They like to climb on twigs or branches. So he or she developed a tool and now is using it for a good purpose, right? So this is also that he or she has translated that particular knowledge into something useful, which is of course for his or her own good. And then enjoying the fruits thereby, right? And if you fast forward, what are we doing? Almost the same thing, right? Just the milieu is different, the product is different. We're going for fish, not ants, but basically we're doing the same thing as well. So just a depiction of what basically we would look at a very basic level at what we're doing in translation. You develop a tool based on some previous observations, authentic observations, experience, वगैरह, जो भी आप कहते हैं, and then you apply it in the real world. And of course, as being humans, we have improved upon that simple system to more and more complex things. This is just an example of that. Right. So this is what is the basic motive for undertaking translational research. There's a huge 17 years pipeline, right? And this is important because that is how research proceeds from the basic level all the way to practice. And if you want to wait 17 years for a product to come out through the long process, then you're not going to save many lives. So why I say shortcut is because in translational research, you do not have to go again and reinvent the wheel. All that research has been done before. All you're doing is using your wisdom to see what are the instruments, what are the tools that I can use to solve a problem. And to give you the example of your mobile phone, right? What have you done? You've not done research again on the transistor or the integrated circuit or the chip. You've just taken these things, combined them up, did some experiments, and developed a particular useful device. Right? It's the same basic principle for translational research. Okay? So that means you must be good at understanding basic research and then how to utilize it for translational purposes. Okay, so that's some definitions. So we've already been through that, and the last thing is important. Usually it's a multidisciplinary team. And I emphasized that earlier on as well, because if you want to go from bench to bedside, you need that whole line of people who are experts at their field, and then you make a team, and that's how you actually do it in a proper way. Otherwise, a single person can also do it, but there will be a lot of bottlenecks. Okay, now, why I want to separate it a little bit. This is a research area which has its own specific skills that you must have. A translational research is different from a basic researcher or an applied researcher. They have to have different tools. And this is why many research institutes and schools and colleges are developing a separate line of curriculum or training where they impart these skills to the people who want to go into translational research. Okay? So one is this important thing. What is the strategic question? And I think Professor Saeed Farooq very rightly said, if you ask the right question, what is that right question? You must have that very critical insight into what is the actual problem. And I tell my students frequently, they say, okay, I'm doing research on, say, diabetes. It's a disease, it's a problem. I say, that's not the problem. What is it in that particular disease which is causing that particular problem? We have to burrow down into these things, see where the actual problem is, solve that, and the rest of the thing will disappear, right? So don't take up the whole elephant. Look at what is inside that elephant, which is actually causing the problem. Okay, so you have to be analytical and critical in your thinking. And you must understand basic research as well as clinical research. This is essential for a translational researcher to understand both these in depth, the requirements of the patients and what can be done in the lab or on the bench side. Both are very, very critical in different fields. So the person has to have a knowledge of all these. So it has to be an integrated sort of training or teaching, right? Okay, then you must be able to form these multidisciplinary collaborations. And this is crosstalk and communication. Each discipline has its own terms. For example, there are many terms in computer language that somebody else will not understand, right? Similarly for graphics, similarly for many other fields, in finance even, or media or whatever. So what is the exact meaning of those terms? So the researchers have to know all those terms if they want to put up a high-level translational research. So you have to work together with all these other people so that you actually develop a collaborative venture, and that's where you can proceed with the research. Okay, very important. What are the cases to which your research is actually applicable? And that's where your personalized approach comes in, right? Is this okay, there is an invention, there is a treatment, there is a new drug, it works. Does it work for this patient? Right? So you have to kind of individualize your approach as well further. And that's, of course, what is important, right? And then communication, right? You should be a good communicator at different levels. What I have done in the lab, I should be able to convey in simple words to the person who is in the media, or who is the financier, or who is somebody else on the team. Jargon se nahi kaam chalega. So you have to understand each other, get to know the terms, get to know what the entire team is working on. Jo team score karti hai na, jo team win karti hai. It's like any other team. Cricket hai, hockey hai, whatever. If they can communicate, understand each other, signals, verbal, non-verbal, they can win a game. Otherwise, they can't win a game, right? So that's the way it works over here. Right, so benefits we don't have to go into, I think we've covered that. And of course, these phases have been done. There are, in some research ventures, there are more than 4 phases, 5 or 6 even, but traditionally it's these 4 phases. Some ethical issues have been touched upon, but I will also give you an example. And that's a very good article, please, for the students at least, you must read that article. It covers a lot of ground. You can pick it up from the net. Right, so there are ethical issues because many of your basics are derived from animal research, bioethics are not there, and so on. Then there are big gaps, which we'll talk about a little bit further on. Then research misconduct comes and data confidentiality comes in. And of course, when you're actually going into the society, then you have to look at the social and cultural values and even religious values, whether this is something that should be done or not. And the examples are given over there. And this is a schematic of all the different gaps that you have. So I'm not going to go into the details. You can pick it up from the article, study it in depth, but see at each stage there are gaps that have to be addressed. If you don't address them, you're going to end up with inefficient or not very good translational research. Okay, a couple of things that I've think should be mentioned. One is this, it's called medical reversal. So it's important that you look at these particular areas. Okay? Changes to regulatory processes and clinical trial design do not actually work to increase the approval of ineffective compounds. Many compounds are ineffective and then they're still being used, and then they have to be reversed again, and so on and so forth. So it's important that you look into these areas as well so that you don't have failures. Then you can, in translation, you lose sometimes this loss of data. So that's another thing that you look for. What has been lost in that translation? From the original basic research all the way down to the applied aspect or to the bedside. So that's another area that you look at. It's called the value of death. Okay, one of the important areas is sepsis. Despite numerous multi-million-dollar research, we have still not been able to solve this issue of sepsis. Okay, so it's still something which causes a lot of lethality, patients die of it, and a lot of work has been done on it, on even the molecular level, but still we are nowhere near it. So why is that? There is something missing somewhere, and we have to look at it again very carefully. So there are many other examples. I just gave you one example so that the point is made. And to conclude, yes, it's very good. It's something wonderful. It's a great, start, and I hope that it continues. But it should be done with very, very formally and with a lot of, brain involved in that. A lot of good people involved in that, and then that's important that it should be done according to those things. There's couple more slides, nahi chal raha. Okay, I just read something very recently, so I thought I'll share it with you. Where are we in translational research? This is something amazing. We have built now nanorobots which will go into the cells like machines, and they will, interfere or change the DNA of people. So this is something worth reading. You should read it. It's a pretty new article, and that's worth reading. So you got circuits going on into the DNA as well. Okay, that's the abstract. I will not go into that, but I've taken one of the excerpts from there, right? And this is what it says. So how will the robots interact? So programmable intracellular DNA nanomachines, right? This is something you can only dream of or used to be science fiction. Yeah, I'm finished, thank you. Right? So there's no limit to what you can achieve as long this particular research has involved a lot of other basic researches. But this is something which may probably help us to solve particular problems at the level of the cells or the genes and so on. So let's hope that we continue with that effort and that we find, solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your expertise, Dr. Iftikhar. Our next speaker is Professor Fumagalli, a distinguished professor of pharmacology at Department of Diagnostics and Public Health in Verona, Italy. With expertise in drug safety, pharmacokinetics, molecular pharmacology, and therapeutic innovations, he has made significant contributions to both academic research and clinical practice. Professor Fumagalli has collaborated with clinicians, scientists, and policymakers to shape the drug policies and advance pharmacological education. Today, he'll share his insights on overcoming barriers to translating basic sciences into clinical applications. Please welcome Professor Fumagalli.
For all of you who are sitting there, I tell you here it's windy and cold. I will try to give you a feeling of how to move from the lab to the bed of the patient. And in most cases, it implies the formation of a company. Not always, but we had this situation, and in Verona we had to found a company. I had a similar experience at Mayo Clinic, and there was no need to found any company because the Mayo Clinic is a company. And so they already have this mentality. But I guess this goes on for most of the situation. And I divided the needs in two parts. One, what is needed to start with, and second, what you have to do. The first thing to do is to identify your target. For a number of reasons, for your life in research, you end up with the idea of a specific disease, a specific type of patient for which you think you have the solution. In our cases, it was a spinal cord injury, which had several interesting conditions. First is a severe disease that affects people that usually are otherwise healthy. And the second aspect is that this person do not have any therapy. There is some therapy for controlling the pain and for controlling disorders of the bowel and the urinary tract, but no reparative therapy. The second point is once you have identified the target, and that is the target, spinal cord injury in our case. Second question, do you have a solution for it? And the solution, you do not think that the rest of the world is stupid and you're the only intelligent person. So if there is no therapy, it means that it must be some very big problem. Do you have the solution? If you think that you have the solution, you have to prove it that it's an efficient solution in a preclinical setting. And the solution is something I will be talking sometime more. But just to tell you that we had ATMP, that means a cellular therapy that we have been testing in animals, and I hope I can if the guy over there can activate the movie, right? Also the other one. That is a mouse with a spinal cord injury, and that is the mouse on the right. If you can activate the other one as well, treat it with the cells. Okay. It's not perfect, but it moves quite a lot. And that is something that you cannot see with other kind of treatment using stem cells or drugs. So we have the target, we have an innovative approach, and the approach is fully characterized, must sustain most critics, and must be also possibly receive appreciation from the could you go on with the slides, please? Move. Next slides, please. Okay. You can publish it, and next slide, you should have also a good appreciation by the community. This is a review of our study done in Nature Review Immunology. And next slide is you have a team. You are not by yourself or two people. You have a team in your lab that must support your study. If you have these conditions, then you should find the solution for getting into the market, for translating the situation to the patient. And so you have to take some action. And this doesn't work any longer, so you're right. The first action is to found a company, and you should be the owner of the patent. So the company must have, as an asset, must have intellectual properties. And this property should not be limited to Pakistan or to Italy, should be expanded everywhere. And this is the first problem, because not always patents are granted, and second, they cost, not little money, they cost quite a lot. Next slide. Found the name. We found this strange name, Hemira, because it's the goddess of light that comes just after the mother in one situation, or the brother in another situation, which is the night. So it's a moment where somebody who is sitting for the rest of his life on a wheelchair can move to a new world, moving his legs or his arms again. Next slide. Set up the team, and this is the most difficult part, because the other speaker has mentioned the requirement of multidisciplinary approach. But be aware that multidisciplinary approach in a biomedical setting is not so difficult. It's a matter of taking relationship, of having good relationship, the physiology, the pathologists, the anatomists, with a clinician, with a specialist, with a nursery, and so on. Now, the multidisciplinary approach involves the field of biomedical research with another thing that we usually are not aware of, except at the end of the month when they pay the salary, is the field of economics. Because when you found a company, you then must have your consultant for administration, for lawyering, for labor rules, for regulations required for drug accessibility to the patients. So forming the team is very, very difficult, because we, as a doctor, as scientists in a biomedical research, we started with the idea that we wanted to help a patient. Romantic idea. Of course, we are romantic. We want to cure the patients. The other people that will take care of the society have a different idea. They will try to give you the money and want the money back. So we are part of the team that is dedicated to science and to the patient. And we have another part of the team which is dedicated to administration and to return of the money to the investor. So putting pressure on you and making decisions that do not take care of what is needed to the patient. They take care of what is needed to the investor. And this is a very big problem. Next slide. Next slide. Next again. I make it shorter because we are a little bit late. The most difficult part is always also a difficult part in basic science, but in this situation, in translation from basic science to clinical setup, money is not trivial. You are increasing the amount required. Instead of having, if your budget annually in a lab is in the order of 100 or more thousand euros or dollars, in this case you're speaking of millions of dollars, because there is a number of things that you have to do. Comply to the authorization procedure. What you have done for basic research in the lab must now comply to all the good practice, clinical, laboratory, production, environmental practice, and so on. And the insurance, that is a problem. And when you are going around asking for millions, people think that they want their money back. So they want to be sure that you will be successful. But how can we be sure? We just heard that most, or I don't agree on most, but several of the preclinical studies are not efficient in a human setting. But in any case, we know from basic pharmacology that the rate of success in drug production by the big industry is 1%. So they have 100 leads product, and just one will go to the market. So the risk is high. What can you offer to limit the risk? So you have to set up, you have to imagine de-risking procedures, which are something that we are not prepared to think of because we were focused on the patients, we were focused on the cells. But now it becomes a survival matter, and you need to think of what you can do for the risk. And you can actually have two major strategies. Instead of having one single product, you may have more products. And this also means more patents. So if your portfolio is rich of patents, an investor will like you. If you have just one product, he will be perplexed, or if not worse. And the second point is that instead of studying one single disease or one single condition, you are prepared to do more studies, more clinical trials. All this is are the risking procedure that we have activated. And I guess the next slide is conclusive in the sense that the only thing that I have to add next again is thank you. Okay.
Thank you so much, Professor Frimagali.
Thank you so much, all the speakers. Actually, a lot of participants went to the poster competition. Now time is for the poster competition. I would request if the chairs have few comments. And if the audience has any question, we can take 2 or 3 questions, please. And then we can over to chairs for any further comments. If any participant have any question?
I have a question regarding the last session, especially. As sir discussed regarding the funding system and others, so being Pakistani, we are mostly struggling for funding in different areas. For example, I am a PhD student, and nowadays I have proposed my research planning, and I am in struggle that I just want to find out the area where I can get some funding. But here in Pakistan, we are facing that problem. So, sir, including you, and it's requested for all those who can help on those regards, because we, at the position of PhD, we are struggling. So I consider that BS and undergrad, especially and master level, they are trying for that. So is there any specific criteria for that we can go through from that service?
I think usually it's very difficult question to find the foundation that will give you the money and be sure that you do something. This is still very, very difficult.
I think, thank you so much. We have already conducted the workshop on the grant writing. So if you are a student, if you are master students, the best way is to connect with some mentors and then write a grant and take their help, and you can submit. Most probably you will be having funding for that. Any other question? Okay, I think over to chairs to conclude the session.
Okay, so thank you very much for this very fruitful section. All the presentations were very useful, and we sincerely thank everybody who was participating in it. And you see that how important are these common questions of translating basic science to clinic and how complex they are. And so this will inspire all of us, I hope. Thank you very much.
Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Is this working? Okay. I have just a few concluding remarks about each presentation. The first one by Dr. Tazeen Saeed, the gap between research and clinical challenges. She talked about the bringing theory into practice and the inclusion of interdisciplinary approach, the need of solid collaborations, which she talked about as not optional, but is the need of time. The second speaker was Dr. Huma, and she talked about the clinical trial as a translational tool, bringing innovation tools to patient cares. And she treated some of the patients of glioblastoma in her work as a phase 1, 2, and 3 trials. But I wonder that she did not mention the name of the drug. Maybe I assume that this is her lab secrets. That's why she did not mention. Okay, it's okay, no problem. Just
the medicine is it's a PARP protein which is labeled with radioiodine. So that is the medicine. So the medicine is called it's a PARP protein inhibitor which is labeled with radioiodine. And PARP protein inhibitor goes to the glioblastoma cells, and the glioblastoma cells have got this protein, and the normal cells don't have it. So that is the medicine.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Okay. The third speaker, Dr. Naila, talked about the transformation of genomics into personalized medicine, with the main focus on the translational research and personalized medicines. Her talk was also very timely and very good. Professor Dr. Iftikhar talked about the reflection of translational research and are we good translators? And I'm asking some question that are we good researcher or a good translator? First, I think we should be a good researcher and then a good translator. So he talked about the basic research, the applied research, and the translation research. Very good talk. Thank you very much, sir. And the last speaker was Professor Tumagali. What you need to translate the basic research into clinical application. And he conducts some preclinical studies using small animal models of spinal cord injuries. And also he talked about the clinical trials is really very expensive, and of course, it's really very expensive, and you need to have some funding sources to conduct some good clinical trials. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, speakers and the chairs. Now we'll take a moment to present the chairs and the speakers with the token of appreciation. I would request Dr. Nasir and Dr. Rasul to please present the shields to the speakers and their chairs. Please welcome them. And Ma'am Seele too, please.
Sit down. They will call us.
Our chairs, please join them. Our first speaker, Dr. Homa Sethi, please. Can you come to the stage to receive your shield? Our next speaker, Dr. Professor Naira Iram Hadi, please can you come to the stage? Our next speaker, Professor Dr. Iftikhar Qayyum, please can you come to the stage to receive your shield? Sir. Our next speaker, Dr. Fumagali, please can you come to the stage? Next shield is for our chair, Professor Anna Mansujiva, please. Next shield for our second chair, Dr. Mohsin Shah. And the last for the moderator of session. I would request you to please go to the HR lobby for poster competitions, and those having verbal competitions and scientific, please go to your respective halls. Thank you so much for joining the plenary session.